Chapter 26-24. Cloud Master's clone frowned, seeing that the other party's lineup was really not ordinary, and they also seemed to be really aggrieved and angry. He couldn't help but suppress his anger. He said, Okay, I was wrong just now. What direction do you want to ask? Tell me. If I know, I'll definitely tell you in detail. If you don't, then I'm sorry. Chu Yang laughed heartily and said, I just want to ask how to get to Southern Heaven Forest. I heard that a great battle of the century has erupted there. We rushed all the way here just to watch this great battle. There was still some movement just now, but it's all quiet now. Now that we're here, we have no goal at all. We don't know where to go. Cloud Master's clone instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He pointed casually and said, It's over there. Go ahead. Then he turned and was about to leave. Wait. Chu Yang stopped him and said sincerely, Thank you for showing me the way, friend. I see that you seem to have injuries on your body. I have a pill here. Can you see if it can help you a little? This is also a small token of my sincerity. Thank you. Cloud Master's clone wanted to refuse at first, but just as he was about to speak, he saw the item in Chu Yang's hand and was instantly tempted. The pill in Chu Yang's hand emitted a strange fragrance. The pill halo was dense and colorful. It was actually the first time in his life that he had seen such a miraculous pill. Such a pill definitely had the power of creation. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. Moreover, the other party was so sincere. If he didn't take it, wouldn't he be letting himself down? He hesitated and said, This pill is very valuable. This isn't good, is it? Chu Yang's face was full of sincerity. Meeting in the martial world is fate. Take it. It's really just a token of my sincerity. We're friends. As he spoke, he extended his hand forward. In his palm, the fragrance of the heavy pill became even stronger. As the pill fragrance circulated, it became even more captivating. Then, thank you. Cloud Master's clone hesitated, but he still extended his hand in the end. He went to Chu Yang's palm to take the heavy pill. You're welcome. Chu Yang laughed heartily. We're all brothers in the world. Cloud Master's clone's fingertips had already touched the heavy pill. He sighed with emotion. I really didn't expect this. I can't believe there's still such an idiot in the martial world of Heaven Imperial Court. He actually gave away such a rare medicinal pill so casually, just to point out a path for others. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. Just as an unforeseen event occurred, he hastily retreated. But it was too late. One of his arms, along with half of his shoulder, had completely lost its vitality and life force in an instant and turned into ashes. As for the pill in the other party's hand that was emitting endless temptation, it had unknowingly turned into an incomparably sharp longsword. At this moment, there were still traces of blood slowly flowing down the blade. Without a doubt, obviously this was a trap. The sage's clone immediately came to a realization. But it was too late for him to realize this. Mo Tianji's purple jade flute, Mo Qingwu's dreaming of a gentle dance saber, GMO and Luokadi's swords, Rue Budong's short sword and Nirvana flame, and Sacrificial Maiden's wolf fangs all attacked at the same time. It was almost at the same time as Chu Yang's sword. The Cloud Master's clone only had time to roar and spin half around desperately. His body was already viciously slashed by these weapons. He was completely caught off guard. It was completely out of his expectations. No matter what, he would never have thought that such a group of people he casually met was actually the king of hell who wanted his life. And every one of them was so strong. They were all smiles, trying to curry favor with him. And before they even turned around, they slashed. What kind of people were these? The Cloud Master's clone screamed. You, who exactly are you people? The intense pain was already about to drown his consciousness. His bodily functions were actually continuously losing his vitality. This kind of fear made him go crazy, and that kind of depression that he didn't know what was going on. Us, of course. We're the ones who want your life. Chu Yang's body first turned into a series of afterimages. His calamity sword pierced into the heart of the sage's clone with incomparable precision. He said coldly, "This is the second Cloud Master's clone that we've destroyed." The Cloud Master's clone trembled violently, not only because of pain, but also because of fear. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that with his powerful cultivation as a peak-level saint, he wouldn't even have a chance to retaliate against this group of people of unknown origins. He would be killed so easily. The calamity sword pierced into his heart and devoured him in the craziest and most extreme way. It devoured his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body was gradually shriveling, and his vitality was rapidly draining away. He roared crazily and even wanted to self-destruct. However, the calamity sword actually devoured all the power of self-destruction. He wanted to struggle, but none of the calamity brothers around him was inferior to him in terms of strength. They had long worked together to eliminate all his resistance. Mo, Tianji, GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rue Badong each used all their strength to clamp down on his limbs and even his body. Their weapons were already stuck in his body. Due to the intense struggle, they suffered backlash. However, everyone didn't care at all and focused on restraining him. Mo Qingwu's Qingwu Dream Saber kept slashing down. Chu Lu, or his Medicine King, who kept striking like lightning. All the attacks and restraints were carried out at the same time. However, they also knew their limits. They definitely wouldn't let his body really split open. Once it split open, this kind of injury that would definitely kill an ordinary person would be equivalent to creating a clone to escape for such a peak-level expert. At such a time, any bit of unnecessary risk would be superfluous and unnecessary. The calamity sword suddenly let out a clear cry, and the sword light suddenly flickered. The face of the saint's clone darkened as if it was dead. Then his entire body made cracking sounds. Chu Yang's eyes flickered, and he focused even more. He was ready for battle. Finally, with a poof, the body of the saint's clone completely turned into a pile of powder and scattered in everyone's hands. However, a thin black light suddenly flew up. Chu Yang was already prepared for this. The calamity sword once again performed the "so what if I slaughter the whole world" move. A majestic sword aura, like a long dragon, instantly split that black light into thousands of pieces. Then, another calamity sword move. Iron Wall and Copper Wall battle never ends. Once this move was used, it immediately enveloped and sealed the entire space. The glaring cold sword light was completely white at this moment. It shone fiercely and continuously flickered as it slashed down. Finally, the spots of black light completely lost their ability to move and quietly floated in midair. The calamity sword laid across the air and once again released a huge suction force. The spots of black light were attracted over without any ability to resist. They were completely digested and devoured by the calamity sword. This was the true spirit that truly belonged to the saint. Only by destroying this bit of true spirit could the true body of the sage be considered to have been destroyed. At this point, everyone could finally heave a sigh of relief. Mo Tianji let out a long sigh. Then he revealed a smile on his face. I was lucky. This encounter was too coincidental. It was truly a coincidence. I never thought that we would be able to get rid of a saint's clone so easily. GMO and Luo Kadi were also very excited, as if they hadn't had enough. To be able to destroy a clone of the saint without paying any price at all. This was simply a huge victory. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "Although we were lucky this time, everyone should be able to see that the strength of our brothers has finally improved after the battle at the extreme heavens. What's even more worth celebrating is that GMO and Luo Kadi have also caught up. This is what everyone should be happy about." Everyone nodded. Back then, it was also because of a clone of the Cloud Lord that everyone was almost wiped out. And this time, even if it was a sneak attack, even if the opponent's mind was in a mess and he wasn't in a good state, everyone could feel that everyone's strength had made a miraculous leap. Because against such an expert, if one's own cultivation level hadn't reached a certain level, even a sneak attack would be useless. But with everyone's combined strength, they were able to get rid of him so easily. If this was an improvement, what was? When GMO and Luo Kadi heard Chu Yang's praise, they couldn't help but laugh. Really, I just realized that I can completely keep up with the rhythm. This feeling is really too satisfying, ha ha. Really? Chu Yang and Mo Tianji nodded solemnly in agreement at the same time. GMO and Luo Kadi laughed, but as they laughed, the rims of their eyes gradually turned red. The two of them laughed and hugged each other, burying their heads in each other's shoulders. Their laughter rang out continuously, but only the two of them could feel that the other's tears had actually soaked the clothes on their shoulders. For so many years, the two of them had always been lagging behind their brothers, always worried that they would fall behind and drag their brothers down. That feeling was really unbearable to recall. Now, that worry had finally disappeared completely. We've really caught up, we can really ride side by side with our brothers and advance together. The bitterness of this moment made the two of them almost want to hug each other and cry. Chu Yang sighed. He took a step forward and hugged his two brothers in his arms. He didn't say anything. Then Rue Batong and Mo Tianji also hugged him without saying a word. The scene of 5 grown men hugging each other was originally very strange, but when Tai Batian and the others saw this, they felt touched and sad. They knew very well what kind of effort GMO and Luo Kadi had put in to not fall behind. They also knew very well what kind of sacrifices Chu Yang and the others had made for their brothers, quietly waiting. Even if I can break through, I'll suppress it. When I can become stronger, I'll delay it just so that I won't be so far away. Don't let my brother feel that I'm far away from him. That's all. Chapter 26-25. Now everything had finally been completed. Everyone's hard work had paid off. There was no need to say anything. Everything was in silence. All right, now that everyone's done well, let's go to the southern forest immediately. Chu Yang finally raised his head. The 5 brothers looked at each other and smiled. There were traces of tears on everyone's face. Immediately, they started to tease each other again. Ha, this good for nothing. He actually cried just now and peed like a cat. You're talking about yourself, right? Humph. The tears on my body were obviously caused by you. Ha ha ha. Everyone chased after each other towards the southern heaven forest, amidst the sounds of fighting and quarreling. In the temporary stronghold of the Saint Palace, the saint was having a discussion with the arrow god and the others. Unlike the first time when the conversation was completely dominated by the saint, the arrow god had obviously come prepared this time. Beside him, there were 3 other people accompanying him. These 3 people were the 3 elven gods. They were also the other 3 elven gods that the world knew of. In other words, this meeting was unprecedented. The 4 elven gods came together and appeared at the same time. The saint smiled and looked at the 4 of them. He said softly, "Why, Your Excellency, Dark God, still didn't come this time. I've been friends with the Dark God for a long time, but I've never had the chance to meet him. What a pity." This sentence was sarcastic. At the same time, it reminded him that he knew the truth about them. The arrow god smiled lightly. "Actually, if your Majesty hadn't emphasized again and again, I'm afraid that even the 4 of us wouldn't have come together this time." The arrow god wasn't exaggerating. Since time immemorial, the elven race had never sent out any of the 4 elven gods for external affairs. This already represented the seriousness of the matter and the importance of it. They rarely sent out more than 2 of the 4 elven gods. But today they sent all 4 elven gods. They really took this meeting very seriously and couldn't be any more serious. And they were also very vigilant. The saint's eyes became especially sharp. "Your Excellency, Arrow God, today you've regained the Elven Emperor's seal. There's only a fine line between you and the Elven Emperor. Why don't you put in more effort?" The Arrow God sneered. "Not necessarily. The Elven Emperor's seal of our race. Is it really with Shuelehan? The sage's complexion became solemn. I understand your distinguished archer god's way of thinking very well. As a fellow martial artist, I deeply understand that after battling with an opponent of the same rank, both sides will be evenly matched. He had met a great talent, especially since the other party is so open and above board. It's completely understandable that you feel a sense of mutual appreciation. If it were me, I would do the same. However, the elf race has always been far away from the heavenly imperial court. They have been fighting for a long time, so they have very little information about the current experts. Let's not talk about others, but Donghuang Shuelehan. What kind of cultivation did he have? What kind of cultivation did he have? What status? What background? The sage raised his head and arrogantly looked at the four people in front of him. Do your excellencies really know what I've mentioned? The four elves were at a loss for words. They were speechless. The elf race had always stood aloof from worldly affairs and was self-sufficient. However, the other meaning of self-sufficiency was that they were ill-informed and ignorant of everything in the outside world. Naturally, they did not know about Shuelehan's information. This was something that could not be helped. Given the status of the four elven gods, there was no way they would argue in such a situation and embarrass themselves for no reason. If they knew, they would not be ill-informed during the final battle and suffer such a huge loss. Do you know how many secrets there were behind Shuelehan becoming the East Emperor back then? Do you really think that a poor person like him can achieve meteoric success and become the East Emperor just by relying on his big fists? The sage sneered. Do you know how many powerful forces were behind Shuelehan for him to be able to shake the world back then? How did they create momentum for him? For him to become famous? Do you know all these? The arrow god muttered in his heart. Which celestial emperor didn't do this when he ascended to that position? Is this very strange? But I can't deny that I really don't know all these. Do you know how many schemes were behind the East Emperor to become the number one person after D.E.? How could he make the others after D.E. willingly submit to him? The descendants of D.E. are all outstanding people of the current era. Which one of them is easy to deal with? Which one of them is not proud and arrogant? Which one of them is not tough and domineering? But why did they all submit in the end? Admit that Shuelehan is the number one? I believe you also don't know how many schemes were involved when Shuelehan became friends with How back then? With the sworn brother of the second person in the world and the master of a celestial emperor himself. With such powerful support, why did How still die after such a long period of time? Why did How rather die in battle than break out? What was the purpose of hoping for a chance to make a comeback in the future? Of course you don't know. Back then, when the purple cloud heavenly emperor died in battle and the entire purple cloud heavens fell, how many conditions were involved in the exchange of benefits? And you can't even imagine how much of the exchange conditions Shuelehan had. What benefits were involved in this? And how much of these benefits did Shuelehan take for himself? As the sage of the heavenly imperial court, I am in charge of the world. It can be said that the heavenly imperial court is mine and the purple cloud heavens is also my territory. But why was I unable to send out troops back then? Why was I even criticized and framed for this? They said that I was guilty and didn't help when I was in danger. Do you really think that this is just a simple rumor in the pugilistic world? That such a rumor can destroy my reputation as a sage to such an extent that I would be condemned by everyone and bear infamy for 1,000,000 years? What kind of irresistible force is behind this that is pushing this process forward? Do you all know? In these millions of years, too many strange things have happened. How could there be no reason? Long before the aristocratic queen met with her misfortune, why did the demon emperor, as the number one expert of the demon race, lose when the demon race fought for the demon emperor heavens? There was a mastermind behind this. The reason for this is extremely simple. It's just that the demon emperor had the strength and power to compete for the number one position in the heavenly imperial court, and he also had a peerless demon empress. Do you all know that on the surface, Shwe Lehan only had one empress, and she died at a young age? Ever since then, the East Emperor didn't get close to women and focused on managing the affairs of the Eastern royal heavens, which was praised by everyone. But you all will never know how many wives Shwe Lehan actually had in secret. How many confidants did he have? How many people in the heavenly imperial court endured humiliation and still kept women and children for their enemy even after being cuckolded? It's even harder for you to imagine how many descendants Shwe Lehan had. Countless. Now, do you all know how many things you don't know? The saint looked at the 4 fairy gods in disdain. The fairy race has been isolated from the world for too long. You all don't know anything at all. Just for a mere battle, you gave up your principles and forgot about your hatred. Should I praise the purity of the fairy race experts, or laugh at your stupidity? Do you all know that there are so many heavenly armament pavilions in the heavenly imperial court, and the oldest person in charge is only in his early 20s? The saint sneered. Archer God, can you do what they are doing now when you were their age? If there was one, it could be explained away as a genius. But everyone is like this. Don't you think it's suspicious? They are all young people in their 20s, but they are unstoppable in the heavenly imperial court. Step by step, they have a meteoric rise. The scale of the development of the heavenly armament pavilion is like bamboo shoots after the rain, like a flash flood, without extremely huge financial and material support. Even if you are the Archer God, can you achieve half of this achievement? Do you all know that the power of the heavenly armament pavilion is about to occupy the entire heavenly imperial court? Do you all know where the heavenly armament pavilion came from, and how it could rise so quickly? If those children of the heavenly armament pavilion really took over this continent, do you all know what kind of consequences it would cause? How can you be so sure that the heavenly armament pavilion will cause less trouble than the extraterrestrial demons if they take over the continent? Where did you all get such confidence from? Who gave it to you? You all don't understand the reality of the situation at all. The other party only used a few words to sow discord, and you all were provoked to turn around and make things difficult for me, even questioning me face to face. The saint sneered. Putting everything else aside, why didn't Shwe Lehan and the Demon Empress, the 2 great experts, do anything about the massacre of the 10,000 saints' celestial spirits today? Do you all really think that only the Mountain River Sword can destroy the 10,000 saints' celestial spirits? The Grand Orient Sword and the Demon King's Hook are also rare divine weapons. Can't they destroy the 10,000 saints' celestial spirits? The saint sneered. That's a complete joke. As the fairy race, you all are naturally kind and pure. You always think of others in a positive light. I don't blame you for that. I'm also not surprised that you all were deceived by others, because this is your greatest strength and also one of the reasons why I value you all the most. Because the imperial court is in danger, and I urgently need allies like the fairy race, even more than before. What you don't know, don't understand, and don't understand, I'm willing to explain it to you and let you all understand it clearly. The saint said firmly, but the only thing I find strange is, why didn't you all wait for the truth to be revealed before coming to find trouble with me? Why did you have to make the 4 fairy gods move out at the same time to face me in this situation where right and wrong are unclear? Have you all already confirmed that I'm the one you want to eliminate? Or do you fairies really think that I, Cloud Master, as the only saint who has ruled the imperial court for 2 million years, can actually deceive you all without any integrity? You'd rather believe in Shwe Lehan's words than believe in my sincere words. You all can't wait any longer? Could it be that only Shwe Lehan is worthy of your trust, and I, Cloud Master, am not? Then, why isn't Shwe Lehan the saint? If he had such great prestige, why would the Saint Monarch be my Cloud Lord instead? Chapter 26:26. I told you about the final resting place of the Elven Empress and the current location of the Elven Emperor's seal. What did Shwe Leihan tell you? A few specious questions and a few guesses? You and Shwe Leihan just fought a battle and you're already appreciating each other? Just because you're a hero? You're a hero, so he has to be a hero too? The saint sneered coldly. Your Excellency, Archer God, if that's the case, I can also fight with you. Furthermore, I can guarantee that I can make you suffer a crushing defeat and admit defeat wholeheartedly. It will be even more devastating than the battle between you and Shwe Leihan. Even more so. I'm a man of my word. Do you believe me on this? The saint laughed coldly, his face full of mockery and ridicule. He didn't show any mercy in his words. This long speech was basically pointing at the 4 elven gods and scolding them. But the 4 elven gods couldn't refute him at all. Yes, what proof do you have? None. What doubts do you have? You shouldn't, just as the saint said. Why do you trust Shwe Leihan so much? Why don't you trust me? And why? Shwe Leihan is the East Emperor and I'm the saint. If I fought with Shwe Leihan just for you and lost, then I can also fight with you and make you suffer an even more thorough defeat that will make you even more convinced. What's the big deal about that? It's very easy. The elven god of archery didn't doubt that the saint had the ability to defeat him. Even the East Emperor had hidden his strength and defeated him with his real strength. The saint, whose reputation was above the East Emperor, must be even more powerful. Just the saint's shocking cultivation level of being able to slaughter countless divine true spirits in a very short period of time was enough. The elven god of archery had to admit that he wasn't as good as the saint. The saint was right. But why? On what basis? Judging whether someone was good or bad based on just one battle. It was indeed too childish. The 4 elven gods were all top experts, but at this moment they were also very confused. Who was the one who was telling the truth? What exactly was the truth? So, please tell us, how can we find out the truth? The one who spoke was another king of the elven race, the god of power. That's right. What you're talking about is something that happened a long time ago. Even if we wanted to investigate, we wouldn't be able to. The god of archery took a deep breath. But what we need to do now is to find the crux of the problem. We just need to know the truth. Nothing else matters. There had to be a truth behind everything, as long as the truth was revealed. The truth came to light. Who is right and who is wrong will be clear at a glance. Who is more trustworthy will be known by then. And on this point, I hope that the Holy Sage will not be stingy with his guidance. The 4 elven gods bowed together. You finally brought the topic back to the main point. The sage's face stiffened, and he deeply sighed. This matter can't be sorted out with words. It was unclear, but there was a key that led to the truth. However, this is a matter of great importance. It depends on whether you have the guts to do it or not. May I ask what kind of hub it is? The 4 deities asked together. At this moment, the expressions of the 4 elves became extremely tense. His words had finally come to a point. Perhaps in the next moment, all the truth would be revealed. There are 3 paths to the truth. You can choose. The sage stretched out 3 fingers. He said softly, There are 3 paths to choose from. The 4 deities were shocked. Yes, there are 3 paths. One of them is Shwe Leihan. The other one is the Demon Empress, and Yao Exeter. The sage smiled and looked at the 4 of them provocatively. As expected, the 4 deities' faces darkened. For a moment, no one spoke. Indeed, the problem had returned to the original point. When the sage first found the elven race, he pointed the spearhead at the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress because of the Elven Empress and the Elven Emperor's seal. Now his target was still these 2 people. What was the difference from before? Perhaps the only difference was that he was forcing the elven race to be officially hostile to the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress. Seeing that the 4 elven deities didn't speak, the sage was obviously a little disappointed. I've told the archer god before that the elven empress fell because of this adulterous couple. The empress was killed by Shwe Leihan himself. This is the result of my investigation. I can't force you to believe it or not. You've also said that it was a long time ago and it's hard to find any evidence. However, there's another piece of evidence on Shwe-Lehan, the Elven Emperor's seal. The Elven Emperor's seal? The 4 elven deities were shocked regarding the death of the Elven Empress and the blood feud. The elven race naturally wouldn't let it go. However, the Elven Emperor's seal was of great importance. No clue or opportunity could be missed. Yes, the Elven Emperor's seal is in Shwe-Lehan's hands. If you can find the seal in Shwe-Lehan's hands, it'll be the best evidence and the truth will be revealed. On the other hand, if Shwe-Lehan doesn't have the Elven Emperor's seal, it'll be my slander. As a man of character, there's nothing he can't tell others. The sage said righteously, "Since the sage has said so, we're half convinced. This method is indeed feasible, but the Eastern Emperor's strength is unfathomable. Could it be that the 4 of you aren't confident in dealing with Shwe-Lehan? Even if the 4 of you aren't strong enough, don't you still have the dark deity to help you?" The sage said. The archer god recalled his battle and said, "There's still a doubt about this. Even if we really go against the Eastern Emperor, we'll still focus on capturing him. However, I've already understood his strength from the battle. If Shwe-Lehan intends to escape unscathed, even if we attack together with the dark deity, we might not be able to hold him back, let alone capture him. Then, what if the target is the Demon Empress? As long as the Demon Empress is in our hands, the Eastern Emperor can exchange the Elven Emperor's seal. The result will be the same." The sage asked, "That's also impossible." The archer god smiled bitterly. The Demon Empress and the Eastern Emperor's strength are at most 1 level apart. If we can't deal with the Eastern Emperor, the result will be about the same if we deal with the Demon Empress. Not to mention the fact that they have 7 star guards protecting them and have the fortune of heaven and earth on them. It's impossible for us to capture either of them. Especially after Yu Exion's defeat, we really don't have the face to attack him again. The archer god and his 3 brothers smiled bitterly at each other. To be honest, they didn't want to say that either. Saying that would be showing weakness. However, what was even more undeniable was that they felt a lot more relaxed about not having a direct battle with Shwe-Lehan after showing their stance. Thinking of the elegant Eastern Emperor, the pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through the heavens and see through the world, the archer god had an impulse to not be enemies with him. Indeed, the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress can't be captured easily. The sage's eyes narrowed slightly. If he could, he really wanted to kill these 4 elves with his palms right now. However, he could only go along with them now, because once the negotiation fell apart, the situation would only be worse for him. Fortunately, we still have a choice, and that's the last option. The sage took a deep breath, and his expression was serious. That person is Chu Yang. As long as we have him, we can also force the Eastern Emperor to hand over the Fairy Emperor's seal. The 4 of you may not be confident in dealing with the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress, but you should be confident in dealing with this junior, right? Of course, the sage wouldn't tell the 4 elven gods that the strength of this junior, Chu Yang, was simply unimaginable. He was almost on par with Dongwang Shwe-Lehan and might even be above him. How could the 4 elven gods, who didn't even have the confidence to deal with the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress, possibly deal with a certain king of hell? In fact, compared to Shwe-Lehan and the Demon Empress, the person that the sage wanted to get rid of more now was Chu Yang, Minister Chu. The pressure that this person brought to the sage actually far exceeded that of the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress. Apart from being ridiculously strong, he was also the common boss of Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Xie Danqiang, Ao Xian, and all the members of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. What did this mean? What did this mean? Different from the ignorance of the elves, the sage's heart was very clear. This directly proved one thing. As long as Chu Yang was willing, a single word from him could set off an unprecedented storm in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Although the sage himself didn't want to admit this fact, He couldn't deny that Chu Yang had already reached such a pivotal position without him being aware of it. His 3 brothers had already become newly ascended celestial emperors. As for Gu Daxing of the big western sky, after he left, Wu Yekwang definitely wouldn't be his match. In addition, there was the Demon Emperor Heaven, where the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's headquarters was located, and the Eastern Emperor Heaven, which had a close relationship with the Demon Emperor Heaven. Plus, Chu Yang was already equivalent to grasping the power of this world. What kind of concept was the combined power of this world? Just thinking about it made the sage shudder. Or it could be said that the power that Chu Yang could now unleash was even greater than the sage's, even more terrifying. And this kind of terror, Xue Leihan and Demon Exan, hadn't caused such pressure to the sage in these millions of years. Perhaps only the Zihao of those years could give the sage such pressure. But even the Zihao of those years couldn't compare to the current Chu Yang. Therefore, Chu Yang was the person that the sage's heart wanted to get rid of the most urgently. Number 1, irreplaceable. With Chu Yang around, the sage couldn't sleep or eat, as if there was a thorn in his back. As long as the 4 elven gods or 5 elven gods schemed against Chu Yang, no matter who lived or died, it wouldn't matter. The result would definitely be an all-out war between the elves and the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. This result was the one that the sage wanted the most, and also the one that he was most happy to see. Chu Yang. The 4 elven gods all spat out this name at the same time. Their expressions were all different. That illegitimate son of the Eastern Sovereign and the Demon Empress. The Arrow God frowned. Yes, it's him. The sage said indifferently, this is also one of the effective ways to solve this problem. As long as we capture Chu Yang, or even kill him, everything will come to light. Chapter 26-27. At that time, as long as we have Chu Yang in our hands, even if it's just a corpse, we can make the East Emperor Demon Empress submit. The whereabouts of the Fairy Emperor's seal will be immediately known. As for the revenge of the Empress, it will naturally be clear. At least half of this ancient mystery can be solved. The saint squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. With Chu Yang in our hands, regardless of whether he's dead or alive, the East Emperor Demon Empress will be at a loss. The arrangements made by the East Emperor and the Demon Empress all these years will all be for naught. I believe that no one will be able to remain clear-headed after such a serious blow. At that time, as long as we use some tricks, everything will be clear. And this direction may be the last chance for the fairy race to take revenge, and also the last chance to rise up. It's also the last effective entry point. The saint finally finished. He slowly exhaled and said, Of course, if you're still worried about your relationship with Xue Leihan and your own identity, and are unwilling to take action against a junior, then I won't force you. After all, this is an important matter for your race. As for my side, even without the help of the fairy race, the saint stood up with a soaring arrogance and said lightly, I'm still the Saint Majesty who rules the heavenly imperial court. This is something that no one can change in the past. It won't change now, and it won't change in the future. The Arrow God and the others looked at each other. The saint naturally had his reasons for what he said. For so many years, no one could shake his position. Perhaps he really didn't have to worry. However, the whereabouts of the Fairy Emperor's seal was related to the future survival of the fairy race. The saint could ignore it, but could they really ignore it? Since that's the case, then we'll be responsible for capturing Chu Yang alive. When the Arrow God said this, he almost used up all his strength. Even his tone had a hint of shame. No matter what, he was still someone of the same level as Xue Leihan. Now he had to gather the strength of several people to deal with Xue Leihan's illegitimate son. Deal with a junior. This inevitably felt like bullying the weak. It was an unfair victory. More importantly, it was also a little unfair. If they had any grievances, they could just look for Xue Leihan directly. What was the point of bullying a child? However, things had already reached this stage. Other than this, there was no other breakthrough point. for the fairy race's future. Even if it went against his conscience, even if it was despicable, he had no choice but to do it this once. At this moment, the 4 elven gods all felt rather embarrassed. He was embarrassed, but he was still struggling and hesitating about the immorality of doing this. They shouldn't have done it, but they didn't consider that even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to do it. What if he couldn't do it? What would the consequences be? The 4 of you, I still have to remind you, the sage said solemnly, this Chuyang is a genius that the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress painstakingly taught. His strength is no small matter, and you must not underestimate him. Otherwise, you will surely suffer a great loss, since the 4 of them had already agreed. The sage had to emphasize Chuyang's strength. If these 4 fellows underestimated each other and made a mistake, then they would be done for. The 4 elven gods smiled bitterly. No matter how powerful that little guy is, he's still too weak. He can't possibly surpass Shualehan, right? There are no absolutes in this world. The sage let out a long sigh and said, Chuyang, this person, he has always been unfathomable. At such a young age, he is already a top expert. Furthermore, he has never shown his true strength. His strength has always been a mystery. Even every time I mention this person, I also... Just as the sage said this, his complexion abruptly changed. Immediately, his entire face turned pale. In a moment of absent-mindedness, he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a smack, that mouthful of blood landed on the ground and actually shot a deep hole in the ground. As the sage spat out blood, his body actually became unstable. He swayed violently before he managed to stand firm. The sage knew that things were not good. He didn't dare to be negligent and immediately closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. His expression was really as ugly as a dead person's. Another doppelganger had died. The sage immediately realized it. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be in this state all of a sudden. At this moment, the hatred in the sage's heart had already reached the point where it was about to explode. He clearly felt that he had gone through untold hardships, used all means, and suffered all kinds of humiliation to allow his doppelganger to escape. However, for some reason, it was killed halfway through. This was simply an unbearable blow, especially since this time it was even more serious than the previous time. Not even the slightest bit of his true spirit had returned. He had completely and thoroughly lost contact with it. This meant that his divine spirit had already been completely destroyed by someone. The sage's heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. It was unbearable, but it was also really painful to the point where it was better to die than to live. However, at this moment, he still didn't dare to do anything. He was only afraid that these would see through his flaws. He could only immediately circulate his energy to calm himself down and stabilize his mind. Otherwise, he was afraid that even his own body's cultivation would be affected, therefore, he really didn't dare to say another word. Upon seeing this, the 4 elven gods were all overwhelmed with shock. At this moment, there was a feeling that their souls had almost left their bodies. The shock was, of course, that the sage had suddenly spat out blood. This number 1 person in the imperial court had spat out blood without any warning or reason. However, what was even more shocking to the 4 elven gods was that before the sage had spat out blood, he had just said such a sentence, this person, Chuyang, has always been unfathomable. At such a young age, he's already a peak expert. Moreover, he has never shown his true strength. What his true strength is has always been a mystery. Even every time I mention this person also, before he could finish this sentence, he had already spat out blood. What did this mean? At the same time, the 4 elven gods had an unimaginable and inconceivable thought. Did this mean that even the sage, the number 1 person in the imperial court, would immediately spit out blood every time he mentioned Chuyang's name? Fuck! The 4 elven gods only felt their hair stand on end. All the hair on their bodies stood on end. This was too frightening. It was only mentioning his name, but even the sage, who was widely acknowledged as the #1 person in the world, would spit out blood from the backlash. This was simply unimaginable. What exactly was this Chu Yang's cultivation? What kind of person was he? For a moment, the four of them looked at the sage with some lingering fear and anger. Sage, you're a fucking bastard. You actually want us to capture such a terrifying person? You might as well send us to our deaths. Because if we went to deal with the East Emperor Demon Empress, we wouldn't be in danger if she escaped. However, the person we're targeting now is a terrifying person who can make a peak expert like the sage spit out blood just by mentioning his name. Isn't this person's cultivation already at a level that we've never dreamed of before? It was truly unimaginable what kind of terrifying cultivation this was. Master Yin, you're fucking tricking us, right? For a moment, the four of them actually had the same thought. All they could think of was this. There was really no way to not be suspicious. After circulating his energy for a moment, the sage, whose body and mind had recovered slightly, almost couldn't help but spit out blood again. Because when he saw their expressions, he knew that they must have misunderstood. However, this really couldn't be avoided. It seemed that this unforeseen event had come too coincidentally. They had just mentioned Chu Yang's name, and it was such a sentence, and he had spat out blood just at the right time. It was so coincidental that the sage wanted to spit out another mouthful of blood just thinking about it. Just because of that one look, the blood in his chest surged again, and he almost couldn't suppress it. The pain in his body, mind, and divine soul had reached a level where he would rather die than live. However, this misunderstanding had to be resolved no matter what. Otherwise, how would these four elves dare to deal with Chu Yang? How would the follow-up plan be carried out? The sage endured it, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, "The four of you don't have to worry. My current injuries have nothing to do with that Chu Yang. It's just that when I was dealing with the myriad saints' true spirit just now, my vital energy went astray, and I suffered some internal injuries. In addition, my old injuries haven't healed yet. That's why I'm like this." The four elven gods were stunned. "We didn't see you injured." The elven archer god was at the scene at that time. When the sage went on a killing spree, he didn't encounter any capable experts at all. The only 3 powerful ones were killed by the Eastern Emperor, the Demon Empress, and himself. If he could still get injured in that situation, and such serious injuries at that, it could only mean one thing. The sage was nothing more than this. He didn't live up to his title as the #1 in the imperial court. This really has nothing to do with that Chu Yang. The sage smiled bitterly. If Chu Yang had really reached the point where I would spit out blood at the mention of his name, no matter how conceited I am, I would have surrendered long ago. Look, when I mentioned Chu Yang, I didn't spit out blood, did I? How can there be an expert who can injure people at the mention of his name in this world? It's a fantasy. The sage explained with difficulty. The 4 elven gods expressed their agreement, but they were still criticizing in their hearts. Indeed, we haven't heard of such an expert, not even a legend. It's just that, with your current state, it's not as good as spitting out blood. The sage endured the monstrous pain, and spoke until his mouth was dry. Finally, he explained clearly. This made the 4 elven gods determined to find trouble with Chu Yang. At this point, the sage finally heaved a sigh of relief. The 4 elven gods were also helpless in this matter. This matter concerned the rise and fall of the elven race. They would rather kill the wrong person than miss this opportunity. No matter how awesome Chu Yang was, they had to give it a try. Otherwise, how could they watch the elven race be destroyed? With the plan settled, the 4 elven gods took their leave. Looking at the 4 elven gods walking out, the sage held on for a while, but still couldn't hold it in. He opened his mouth and spat out a lot of blood. Chapter 26-28. This was something that could not be helped. No matter how profound his cultivation was, the sudden loss and destruction of his spirit was no small matter. Moreover, he had already killed all the 10,000 saints' true spirit bases here. Otherwise, he could have gained some nutrients and greatly reduced the time needed to recuperate. But now he could not say anything. Helpless, the saint could only consume the treasures in his hands. But his heart was filled with endless fear and anger. Who exactly killed another one of my doppelgangers? How would he know that the main culprit who killed another one of his doppelgangers was the person he had just declared to have nothing to do with his injuries? Chu Yang! When Chu Yang and the rest arrived at the Southern Sky Forest, everything had already ended. Most of the people who had gathered here had already left in 2s and 3s. Most of those who remained here were cultivators with relatively low cultivation bases. They were rummaging through the ruins in 2s and 3s, hoping to find something valuable. Dong Huang Chonghua and the rest could not have cleaned up so thoroughly. When Xie Danqiong entered, he had indeed only taken the best quality items. In such a huge 10,000 saints true spirit base, even the best quality items were already a shocking amount. Xie Danqiong was not like Chu Yang, who had the tribulation space and could store as many items as he wanted. The remaining items were of relatively ordinary value. Xie Danqiong was not interested in them. The other peak experts were also in the same situation. So everyone left. But for martial artists below the saint level, the items left here were still very valuable. So everyone rushed in to search for treasures. It seemed that they had really gained a lot. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Yang was truly puzzled. Isn't this the location of the battle between Dong Huang and the Arrow God? Why has it become the base for the destruction of the 10,000 saints' true spirit? No, right now, this place is basically a bustling city. What's going on here? After asking a few questions, he finally understood. It turned out that the battle between Dong Huang and the Arrow God had actually caused the entire Southern Sky Forest to be uprooted. That was fine. The problem was that there just so happened to be a 10,000 saints true spirit base under the ground. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Even a novel would not dare to write such a thing, right? It was so coincidental that it made one's hair stand on end. Even Chu Yang and Mo Tianji. When they first heard about this matter, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded, flabbergasted, and dumbstruck. No wonder. No wonder they met a Saint Monarch's doppelganger on the way here. And it was a Saint Monarch's doppelganger that was running for his life. It seems like the traces of the myriad holiness true spirit were suddenly discovered here, and the Holy Monarch happened to be here. Demon Empress, Demon's doppelganger, and Saint Monarch's here, with so many people watching the battle. So, Saint Monarch's Saint Monarch. Saint. So he had no choice but to do it himself. Kill everyone here, and do it as fast as possible. Don't leave anyone alive. This way, even the 3 magicians will die in this round. However, it was precisely because of the Saint Monarch's intervention that the clone had the opportunity to escape. Moreover, it just so happened to encounter us. This is truly too coincidental. Mo Tianji said, I reckon that the 3 great devil masters guarding this place might not have died in the hands of the saint. They most likely died in the hands of the East Emperor Demon Empress or other experts. The saint had to make use of them to create a certain amount of chaos, to create a chance for that clone to escape. That makes sense. I believe that although it's not too far away, it's not too far away either. If that's the case, Sage Monarch's myriad holy true spirit base is now 2 out of 3, and only 1 remains. Chu Yang took a deep breath. A base of this scale, and one that was built in secret, I believe that it would be impossible to build it without hundreds of thousands of years. Yes. Mo Tianji said, so the only hidden danger now is the last 10,000 saints' true spirit base that has yet to be found. There are also the 10,000 saints' true spirits that have already been scattered out in the martial world over the years. Perhaps this portion is the hardest to find. Chu Yang sighed and said, that's right. These people have already taken root in this world. As long as they don't take the initiative to reveal themselves, no one will know that they are the 10,000 saints' true spirits. Even if they die, very few people will be able to tell that something is amiss. This is the 10,000 saints' true spirit. This is the most unbearable part. This is indeed the most troublesome part, but there's still the easiest way to solve it. Mo Tianji said, as long as the Saint Monarch can be killed, then the gap will be blocked from the source. After that, even if they are the 10,000 saints' true spirits, it's equivalent to being freed. After death, the true spirits will have no place to return to and can naturally enter the cycle of reincarnation, the spring of rebirth. Chu Yang's eyes lit up and he said, that's right. As long as the Saint Monarch is killed, everything will be fine. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. Killing the Saint Monarch is easy to say, but it's easier said than done. He paused and said, if I'm not wrong, the majority of the top experts in the Saint Emperor Palace are of the 10,000 saints' true spirit type. Or perhaps all of them are. If I were the Saint Monarch, I wouldn't let these people go. Mo Tianji said, they are so obedient, so loyal, and so easy to manipulate. Wouldn't it be a pity to let them go? Even if the Saint Emperor Palace has as many experts as there are clouds, how many of them would be left after spending more than 1,000,000 years to gather them? Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's face sank. Yes, at the very least, the upper echelons of the Saint Emperor Palace should have been completely wiped out. And this also explains why the Saint Monarch's prestige did not diminish after the defeat of Zi Xiaotian, and why no one in the Saint Emperor Palace doubted him. Yes, according to common sense, the incident back then was so tragic. No matter how ruthless the Saint Emperor Palace was, there should be a few loyal people who would step forward bravely. However, the situation back then was really contrary to common sense. The East Emperor once said that when he went to find the Saint Monarch to settle accounts, he was actually besieged. Even after he revealed his identity, the attacks did not stop. Mo Tianji said, this mystery has been solved. Everyone heaved a long sigh. Solving the mystery for a long time made everyone feel even more depressed. The Saint Emperor Palace was the most sacred and inviolable place in the Heaven Imperial Court. Now, it had completely become such a place, filled with 10,000 saints' true spirits? What kind of ironic reality was this? Let's go to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chu Yang and the others flew up and left quickly. Just halfway there, suddenly there were several extremely powerful auras in front of them. Chu Yang instantly became alert. He waved his hand to signal. The brothers immediately regained their composure and did not look as anxious as before. Almost in the next moment, they saw 4 people rushing over from the opposite side at lightning speed. The 4 of them were extremely handsome. The only difference between them and ordinary people was that they had pointy ears. Chu Yang was not unfamiliar with this kind of appearance. He was used to seeing them in the Heaven Imperial Court. However, there was only one in the Heaven Imperial Court. Here, there were 4 of them. These people were all elves. Chu Yang had a good impression of Dukyu. However, he did not have a good impression of the elves in the Heaven Imperial Court. During this period of time, he had cried because of the rumors made by these people. He had become their illegitimate child. No one would feel good if they were in his shoes. Only these 4 elves had a heavy look on their faces. Their expressions were extremely serious. Just looking at them would make one feel depressed. They seemed to have a lot on their minds. Seeing that Chu Yang and the others were right in front of them, the 4 of them were slightly surprised. However, they only took one look and actually took the initiative to open up a path. They flew off from both sides. One of them could faintly be heard saying, if they are really so powerful, I'm afraid that even if we join forces, we will still be in danger. Don't you think so? At this point, the 4 of them had already gone more than 10,000 feet away. Nothing could be heard anymore. Chu Yang and the others were greatly shocked. The most conservative estimate of the 4 people who went over just now was that each of them was at the level of DE and Empress D. Even if they couldn't be compared to the demon empress of the East Emperor, They definitely wouldn't be inferior to Dong Wushang and Luo Kadi's level. Furthermore, there were a few of them working together. This was already a rather tyrannical battle force. Chu Yang reckoned that even if it was him, it would already be very lucky to be able to keep his life when facing these 4 elves, and such a group of experts was actually discussing how to fight against the enemy. Furthermore, it was even if we join forces, we will still be in danger. This sentence was too shocking. With these 4 people working together, even if the demon empress Dong Huang encountered them, she would probably avoid them. She would definitely not rashly face them head-on. However, these 4 people actually felt that they would be in danger when they joined forces to deal with someone. Then, who was the person they were going to deal with? Who could be so powerful? Judging from their strength, the target is very likely to be a saint monarch. Mo, Tianji said. But even if it's really a saint monarch, judging from the situation when they fought with the clones previously, they also don't have the ability to make these 4 people feel that they would be in danger. Even if they can't defeat them, it's not a problem for them to retreat unscathed. Yes, the 4 of them working together is almost equivalent to 4 demon empresses or East emperors. This is not even taking into account the degree of tacit understanding between them. Chu Yang frowned. But who exactly are they talking about? Chapter 26-29. There's no way the saint would allow such a threatening opponent to exist. Besides, they're still in their honeymoon period and won't fall out with each other for the time being. Could there be such an earth-shattering expert in this world? Why haven't we heard of him before? Mo, Tianji said, that's right. However, even if we haven't heard of him, the East Emperor Demon Empress should know. Why didn't they mention him? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that they don't know? Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and they were all a little worried. Everyone felt that this mysterious expert who suddenly appeared was extremely mysterious and confusing, especially when they didn't know whether he was friend or foe. They didn't know how to deal with him. Of course, Chu Yang and the rest didn't know that these 4 elves were the 4 elven gods, and that the mysterious and powerful figure they were talking about was Chu Yang himself. If he knew, Minister Chu would probably burst out laughing on the spot. The 4 elven gods would never have thought that among the group of young men and women who passed by, one of them was the one they were deeply afraid of, and the one they had to deal with, Chu Yang. These 2 parties actually brushed past each other without any sparks, and neither of them knew each other. Archer God, I was only thinking about how to deal with Chu Yang just now, and didn't pay attention to those little fellows. They seem to be very powerful. The human race is really full of talents. In the entire elven race, even when the Empress was still around, we didn't have such outstanding seedlings. The power god turned back and looked at the empty sky in the distance. Sai, it's already so late. You still have the mood to care about whether they're powerful or not. Don't create unnecessary trouble. The archer god was a little dejected. A group of young men we randomly met has such profound strength. The Celestial Imperial Court is really not a place where people like us can survive. I hope we can successfully get the Elven Emperor's seal this time and defeat the extraterrestrial demons. I'll retire from this world and never get involved in worldly affairs again. This Celestial Imperial Court suddenly feels full of danger. For hundreds of thousands of years, I've never felt such danger. But now, I feel more and more threatened. This is really a strange feeling. Yes, there are many things that I thought I've already seen through clearly. But after coming into contact with the truth, I realized that there are some secrets behind it. Human thoughts are really too complicated and too strange. The other 3 shook their heads and sighed at the same time. If it was just a game of force, the elves might not be afraid of anyone. But now, in just a few short days, even the high-level elves like them had developed a subtle feeling of infinite fear towards the schemes of humans. Unfathomable. Unfathomable. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Zi Xieching glared fiercely at Xie Danqiong, who was tied up like a meat dumpling. Her gaze was exceptionally ferocious, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Xie Dan Qiong looked like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He lowered his head and looked pitiful as he admitted his guilt. Do you know your mistake now? Zi Xieching was furious. She shouted, You just went out like this. If something happens, how am I going to answer to your brothers? How are you going to explain this to your big brother? How was he going to explain this to his sister-in-law? How could he treat Dan Feng? Before he could finish his sentence, Xie Dan Qiong lowered his head and said, I was wrong. You're wrong. Zi Xieching, who was furious, was suddenly stunned. For a moment, he actually felt that his anger had been blocked. He couldn't vent his anger, or rather, he had nowhere to vent it. After a while, he suddenly shouted, You're wrong. You still know your mistake. What's the use of knowing your mistake? What's the use of telling me? Do you think I won't beat you up just because you say you're wrong? Dream on. Then he shouted again. Puff, puff, puff. Punches and kicks. Xie Dan Qiong screamed exaggeratedly and rolled around on the ground like a rubber ball. But he was lamenting in his heart. I came at such a bad time. Even if I met Butian Sa or Chan Chan, I wouldn't be so unlucky. At least she didn't have to be so violent, right? This big sister Z is really too violent. I already admitted my mistake at the first moment, and she still beat me up, Sai. Boss is so pitiful. Humph! What's the use of admitting your mistake? Zi Xieching said angrily, If I don't beat you up properly, you won't learn your lesson. Let's see if you still dare to do it. She continued to beat him up. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Xie Dan Qiong wanted to cry. I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I'm really wrong. I'll change. I'll do it. Okay, help. The new Jade Flower Emperor Xie Dan Qiong finally couldn't help but cry for help. He really couldn't take it anymore. It was really too painful. Big Sister Z, you're really an expert at beating people up. You especially hit the most painful part. Did you learn this from Boss? At this moment, a voice suddenly said, Okay, we're here to save you. You're saved. Xie Dan Qiong stared blankly for a moment. He was pleasantly surprised. Heaven has opened its eyes. However, a thought flashed through his mind, and he instantly realized who the speaker was. His smile froze on his lips. I'm screwed this time. An even more ruthless person has arrived. No, a group of even more ruthless people. As expected, a series of voices sounded again. Help? Okay, then I'll save you first and continue to beat you up. You despicable Xietu. Today, I'll make you a living rabbit. Damn you. You need to be taught a lesson. Beat him up hard. No need to save me face. Another voice said, Big sister, you're tired. Take a rest first. Wait for us to teach him a lesson. Today, we must beat him up into a pulp. Flowers bloom. Jade flower doesn't bloom either. Beat him up. Along with this voice, there were already 3 people who rushed up like hungry tigers and took over Zi Xieching's beating job. They were GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rue Batong. Xie Dan Qiong didn't even know how to shout for help now. He was scared silly. Big sister could still hold back a little when beating people up. There were still some places where she was embarrassed to call for help. But these 3, why were they here? There was no such thing as embarrassment for them. Zi Xieching turned around and saw that Chu Yang and the rest were already standing at the door, rubbing their fists and watching Xie Dan Qiong get beaten up. Even Chu Yang, who always maintained unity, and Mo Tianji, who always looked at the big picture, didn't stop them this time. They were even eager to give it a try. Boss. Xie Dan Qiong just called out twice, but GMO had already used his sleeve to cover his mouth. Beat him up hard. Chu Yang said these 3 words. Then he looked at Zi Xieching with a beaming smile and said very gently, Are you okay? Even the best face-changing master in Sichuan opera would have to admit defeat at the speed of this face-changing. Zi Xieching snorted and said, If your brothers didn't make me so angry, I would be better for sure. Chu Yang laughed and said, Yes. Aren't there already people helping you vent your anger? Let's go, it's too messy here. Let's go inside and talk. Then Tai Butian, Mo Chingu, and the other two gathered around Zi Xieching. Everyone chattered for a while and was extremely affectionate. Why did you all suddenly come back? Have you settled everything over there? Zi Xieching smiled. Wasn't it because I heard that something happened over here? Why didn't I rush back? Chu Yang flattered. Humph, what a coincidence that all of you are together. Also, GMO and Luo Kadi, didn't you stay behind to help Gu Duxing? Why did these two guys also come together? Chu Yang sighed. Then he grimaced and said, originally, the two of them were left for Gu Duxing as helpers. But they caught up with us after we left for half a day. It can't be helped. These two guys are most afraid of Gu Duxing. Moreover, Buluching has also recovered. So, they were directly driven out by Gu Duxing. Zi Xieching couldn't help but laugh. I see. Actually, everyone knew in their hearts. Gu Duxing would never drive out these two big helpers. But the heavenly armament pavilion of the big western heaven had already recovered a lot. Most importantly, the experts of the Saint Monarch and Saint Emperor Palace had basically all left the big western heaven. As for the remaining ones, Gu Duxing and Buluching were confident that they could completely deal with them. And the demon Emperor Heaven's side was the most important at the moment. Gu Duxing was only afraid that Chu Yang and the rest weren't strong enough. So he drove GMO and Luo Kadi out to help. Everyone knew and understood this kind of intention, listening to Xie Danqiong's groans and screams outside, rising and falling one after another. Zi Xieching was actually a little worried. It's about time. Don't fight and cause trouble. I'm not afraid of injuries, but don't hurt your own brother's feelings. It's okay, it's okay. Mo Tianji was calm. We all know we won't hurt our feelings. Just as he finished speaking, they heard a loud boom. They could see Mo Yuntian's Jade Flower Emperor being kicked into the air like a ball. GMO flew up and sent out another kick. The landing point was right on Xie Danqiong's buttocks. Xie Danqiong flew to the other side like a meteor. Luo Kadi stretched out his fist and kicked. With a roar, he kicked Xie Danqiong to the other side like a rubber ball. On that side, Rue Butong yelled excitedly. With a big kick, he kicked him back. Everyone's eyebrows jumped fiercely. Fuck! This is really explosive. Puff! Xie Danqiong finally struggled to spit out the ball of cloth in his mouth and shouted, "The three of you wait!" Ouch! After a long time, Xie Danqiong was dragged in by the three panting people. He was loosened and his cultivation was restored. The moment Xie Danqiong regained his freedom, he wanted to jump up and fight GMO to the death. I'm so angry. No matter what, I'm still a celestial emperor. The three of you actually kicked me like a rubber ball. You don't take me seriously at all. Chapter 2630. GMO coughed and raised his head to look at the sky. He didn't take Xie Danqiong seriously at all. Xie Danqiong was stunned by this. Could it be that there's another trick waiting for me? He didn't dare to act rashly. Mo Tianji coughed and broke the deadlock. Xie Danqiong, this is just a joke. After all, we are brothers. Xie Danqiong was so angry that he wanted to die. I've been kicked like a ball, and it's still a joke. How can there be brothers like this? Mo Tianji laughed mischievously. Haha, this is far less funny than the jokes you've made with us these days. For almost a month, all of us were kept in the dark by you. If the archer god's cultivation was a bit higher, we wouldn't even be able to collect your corpse. Don't you think this is funny? Xie Danqiong heard this and immediately became like a deflated ball. He looked at Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's unfriendly faces and couldn't help but sit down. He raised his hand and said, I was wrong in this matter. I was stubborn. You're sensible. Mo Tianji snorted. If you don't admit your mistake, I'm afraid Big Brother will personally take action. And me, we won't be as easy to deal with as GMO and the others. We'll just lightly kick you a few times and be done with it, Xiadan Qiong quivered and said, "Cough, cough, this matter is actually not that dangerous. This, ahaha. How about I invite everyone to drink? To apologize to everyone?" A certain someone who had been beaten up was rushing to treat him to a drink as an apology. Everyone burst into laughter at once. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji wanted to keep a straight face and intimidate someone, but they really couldn't control themselves and laughed together. At noon, the brothers gathered at a table. They drank until the sky turned dark. They drank from noon until midnight. The next morning, GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rue Butong were lying in the courtyard with bruises all over their faces. They didn't know when Xiadan Qiong had taken his revenge. Xiadan Qiong was still dressed in white. He sat on the recliner and looked at his 3 brothers who had been beaten up by him with a refreshed expression. "I say, how did you do it? Isn't it too amazing?" Even Chu Yang was somewhat puzzled and couldn't understand. At present, GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rue Butong were not weak. Xiadan Qiong was bound to lose in a 2-on-1 situation, not to mention 1 against 3, but the result was the other way around. Naturally, it was puzzling. "Yesterday afternoon, I asked Lu for some knockout powder." Xiadan Qiong said proudly. All of them were knocked out at once and were restrained together. Then he beat them up one by one. Beating him up is not bad, right? The rest of the people were all laughing and laughing together. Early in the morning, the Demon Empress and Dong Huang learned of Chu Yang's return and came to pay a visit together with Yao Ningning and Bai Shixian. After everyone discussed for a while, they finally couldn't help but shift the topic to the myriad saint's true spirit. 2 of the 3 major bases where the saint cultivated the 10,000 saints' true spirits have already been destroyed. Shuel Leihan frowned. But there's still no news about the remaining one for now. If we don't get rid of this base, it will always be like a fishbone stuck in our throat. Actually, it's in the clear sky heaven. It's said that a similar phenomenon has happened before, but Ao Xiayin has been doing his best during this period of time, but he hasn't found anything. The Tianji intelligence under my command has also been searching for such information, but it's also to no avail, Mo Tianji said. Not only that, there's also the myriad saints' true spirits that have already been scattered in the martial world. Once those people hide in the crowd, there's no trace of them at all. Mo Tianji said, "Tianji would like to ask the 2 seniors about another matter." "What is it?" "Say it." The Demon Empress and Dong Huang said at the same time. "That is, as long as someone kills the Holy Monarch, those myriad saints' true spirits that are still in the mortal world will lose their function as true spirits. They won't fall due to the loss of their true spirits, and will only exist like ordinary people from now on." Mo Tianji asked cautiously, "This matter needs to be confirmed." Shueleihan and the Demon Empress looked at each other and said, "According to our understanding, that should be the case. But we can also be sure of another thing. If the Saint Emperor is really dead, then he won't allow the rest of the 10,000 saints' true spirits to remain in this world. He will definitely kill them all at the last moment before he dies, and they will all die together." "Why?" Chu Yang said, "According to the rumors, if the owner of the myriad saints' true spirit takes the initiative to kill the myriad saint's true spirit, won't he be unable to get the benefits that he deserves?" "That's what the average person thinks." Shueleihan smiled. "But according to what we know, if the saint kills all the myriad saints' true spirits at once in a critical moment, of course he won't be able to keep all of them for his own use. But at that moment, he will still be able to collect 10 to 20% of their original power. If the saint doesn't encounter any danger, then he will naturally not do something like losing 10 to 80% of the power that he has painstakingly cultivated for no reason. But if he really encounters a life and death crisis and his close clones are all destroyed, even if it's only 1 to 20%, he won't think it's too little. No matter how much he loses, he will still gain something. If he really dies, everything will be over. It's obvious which is more important. So, as long as the saint dies, all the myriad saints' true spirits will disappear along with him. That's for sure." The demon empress said decisively, "I see, that's indeed the case." Chu Yang lowered his head silently and calculated carefully. He said, "Then can I understand it this way? Even if it's only 1 to 20% of the power, it will still be able to support the saint when he's at his weakest and return to his peak state in an instant, or even beyond that." That's right. The demon empress also did some calculations. Although this deduction is shocking, it's still very reliable, because the amount of the myriad saints' true spirits that have been accumulated for tens of thousands of years is simply too much. In fact, if it weren't for this concern, I've also discussed with the Eastern Sovereign that the two of us should join forces to eliminate this scourge in one fell swoop. However, after careful consideration, the two of us might be able to suppress the Saint Monarch if we join forces, or even pose a fatal threat to him. But it's impossible to truly eliminate him. The trump cards that he has left behind are simply too many. Just the myriad saints' true spirits alone is enough to make all of our arrangements and plans useless. Everyone fell silent. Just to deal with the Saint Monarch who was at his peak state, everyone would probably have to pay a considerable price to eliminate him. But if they were to beat him to a certain extent and victory was in sight, and he suddenly recovered to his peak state, then what awaited their brothers would definitely be a calamity. If that's the case, we have to make additional preparations, Chu Yang said as he frowned. Chu Yang frowned. He slowly calculated and said, if he really recovers when he's at the end of his road, and if he recovers to his limit, then even if we can kill him in the end, at least a few people on our side will be buried with him. And those who are dragged to the grave by him will definitely be the main force on our side. Even if it's just 1 or 2 people, the losses still outweigh the gains. Also, after this battle, even if we achieve a complete victory and the Saint Emperor Palace is completely wiped out, I'm afraid we'll still have to pay a considerable price. Needless to say, everyone will be injured, and we might even lose a few experts permanently. It's equivalent to more than half of the peak battle strength of the Heaven Imperial Court being wiped out. If we want to deal with the extraterrestrial demons that are about to arrive, the higher-ups will probably have to face a far worse situation. You must know that the extraterrestrial demons, their strength is still very intact, and they basically haven't suffered any losses. Shuel Lehan pondered quietly and said, "But now, if we want to kill off the Saint Monarch, it's impossible to do so without paying a price," Chu Yang persisted and said, "But it's precisely because of this that I don't want to pay this price. In order to kill this Saint Monarch, I won't let any of my brothers die. I can't afford to pay this price." He was deep in thought. Mo Tenji hesitated for a while and said, "Big brother, we still have the heavy pill. This thing has limited effects on increasing cultivation, but it has miraculous effects on reviving one's soul, prolonging one's life, and even recovering one's vitality. This is something that no elixir in the Heaven Imperial Court can compare to. As long as it's used properly, the effect may not be any worse than the 10,000 saints' true spirit," Chu Yang said. "I've also considered this problem, but our cultivation is already too high now. If it's just reviving one's soul and prolonging one's life, it's fine. But in battle, even the super version of the heavy pill can't replenish much of one's vitality. Even if it's not a drop in the bucket, it's still not far from it. At most, it can only replenish 1/10 of one's physical strength. This is already the limit." Mo Tenji frowned and said, "To be able to replenish 1/10 of one's vitality is already a rare elixir. If the effect isn't good, we can use quantity to make up for it. Another advantage of the heavy pill is that there's almost no resistance to it. 1 pill can replenish 1/10 of one's vitality. What if we eat 10 pills in one go?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. 10 to 15 pills in one go can instantly restore all of one's peak cultivation. But if that's the case, I'm afraid there will be repercussions. Mo Tenji interrupted and said, "The issue of repercussions is indeed debatable. But if we don't use the heavy pill, the chances of being dragged to the grave will undoubtedly increase greatly. Then We might as well bear the backlash of the heavy pill. Choose the lesser of two evils. This is already the most ideal strategy for now. Everyone nodded deeply. They all felt that Mo Tianji's words were very reasonable. But Chu Yang was still hesitating. He wanted to win, but he also didn't want his brothers to pay such a heavy price. Even if it was only a possibility of a backlash, he didn't want it to happen. Because overusing the heavy pill in one go would indeed result in a backlash. And it wouldn't be late. Chapter 2631. The heavy pill contains the power of creation, so it's different from ordinary elixirs. It can be taken multiple times, and the effect won't be reduced. Chu Yang pondered. And taking it all at once won't cause too much of an impact. I once took one at a time, and there was no backlash. However, at that time he had used the method of self-detonation to release all of his power in one go. So I couldn't feel it. But this time, we can't use that method again. Last time, he was lucky enough to come to that mysterious place. But this time, he definitely wouldn't be so lucky again. Even if he had it, it was impossible for his brothers to have it too. Although there was an impact that time, it didn't cause too much damage. So whether there will be a backlash and how big the backlash effect will be is still unknown. Chu Yang said, "Give me 3 days. I'll try it out personally before deciding on the final action strategy." He finally made up his mind. "I say, let me do it." GMO stood up. "I'll do this experiment." Everyone's gaze froze for a moment. Then Luo Kadi, Xie Danqiong, and Rue Batong all made their requests. "Let me do it. I have an immortal body, so this shouldn't affect me. I'm the most suitable candidate," Rue Batong strongly requested. Everyone knew that the experiment Chu Yang was talking about was to take the 15 heavy pills mentioned earlier and really try it out. Were there any side effects, or rather, to test how big the impact was and where the limit was? This was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. If something went wrong, their meridians would be severely damaged, and if it was serious, they would be in danger of dying. How could the brothers bear to let Chu Yang take the risk himself? All of them fought to be first. "Everyone, don't fight," Chu Yang shouted. He said angrily, "If I let all of you take the risk whenever there's any danger, then what's the use of me as a big brother? It's precisely because I'm afraid all of you will be in danger that I came up with this extreme method. I'm afraid all of you will be in danger. Instead, I'll let all of you take the risk. Isn't that going against my original intention?" Everyone stopped talking. All of them lowered their heads, their eyes somewhat sparkling. "This is my big brother." Xue Leihan and the Demon Empress looked quietly at the scene of the brothers fighting and couldn't help but sigh. Brothers like this, they were real brothers. This kind of friendship was a truly moving emotion. "Stop fighting." Seeing that his brothers still wanted to fight, he shouted, "Stop fighting." Mo Tianji said, "Who among you understands the characteristics of heavy pills better than Big Brother? What's more, what if something unexpected happens and Boss has a way to deal with it? Do you have a way to deal with it?" There was no reason for them to swarm up and show off. "All of you, quiet down." Gu Duxing wasn't here, and Chu Yang insisted on experimenting on his own. Therefore, Mo Tianji was now the one with the most authority. All the brothers hung their heads. Although they were still a little unhappy, they didn't say anything. Mo Tianji's words were undoubtedly reasonable. It's settled then. Chu Yang stood up. There's no time to lose. We must start preparing now. Let's find a place to fight. Let's fight until I'm exhausted. Cough, cough, cough. GMO and Luo Kudi's eyes flickered as they quietly slipped away. Beat you to the point of exhaustion? Then wouldn't the two of us have been tortured to death by you? This kind of self-torture, they definitely couldn't do it. The two of them had just retreated when they were stopped by Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's sharp eyes. It doesn't matter who is missing. Neither of you can escape. GMO and Luo Kadi wailed at the same time. Big brother, there's no room for discussion. Mo Tianji's face was stern. I'll join too. Mo Qingwu was eager to try. Me too. Zi Xieching had never fallen behind. Me too. Once Chu Lu opened her mouth, everyone felt a chill. The little girl rolled her eyes and chuckled. I won't use poison. That's good enough, right? Hearing that, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. As long as you don't use poison, everything is fine. If poison is used, then it's better for everyone to stay away from it. You and your elder brother can go and play by yourself. Us too. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian also stood up. Along the way, their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. They had already reached the level of saints. Although there was still a considerable gap between them and the average strength of most people, they weren't so weak anymore. We can't always hide behind you. Tai Butian smiled and said, I'm also a little tired of hiding behind the scenes and strategizing. We have to see a real battle. Chu Yang grinned and said, all right. He didn't object because Chu Yang knew that this was an inevitable outcome. At the same time, it was also a necessary process. If Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian couldn't improve as soon as possible, they would be left far behind. Not to mention other things, just their lifespan wouldn't be able to keep up. There was no need to even mention anything about eternity. The two of us will join in the fun too. Otherwise, young Chu's strength is still not easy to exhaust. It's better to settle this quickly, isn't it? The Demon Empress and Dong Huang smiled, looking as if they were here to help too. At this moment, Chu Yang's face finally collapsed. You'll join in too? Then, after this battle, the duration will be reduced by a lot, but at the very least, I'll be skinned alive by you guys. Looking at the opponents in front of him, Chu Yang immediately regretted it. Mo Tianji GMO, Luo Kudi, Xinyang, Chu Lu Mo Qingwu, Zi Xieching, Rui Butong, Xie Danqiong, Demon Empress, Dong Huang and Tai Butian, and Wu Qianqian. Chu Yang thought, with this lineup, even if Qianqian and Butian aren't top-notch experts and can be ignored, with just the remaining 11 people, it's as if I'm facing all of DE, Empress D, and Holy Monarch at the same time. And it includes the most powerful Dong Huang and Demon Empress. Mo Tianji and the rest are much stronger than the weaklings of DE and Empress D. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed, frowning. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Why do I feel like I've dug a hole and buried myself? With such a strong lineup, is it to help me do an experiment? It's enough to directly beat me into smithereens. There's too much to spare. Everyone laughed. We're helping you. Don't be afraid. There's no use in being afraid. At this time, even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will care about you. Chu Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Seeing this, Xie Danqiong actually felt a great sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but gloat at Chu Yang's misfortune, because he immediately recalled that when Dong Huang and Demon Empress captured him and handed him over to Zi Xieching to be executed, they seemed to have said to him, "We're helping you." Now he finally saw someone in the same situation as him, and this person was the boss, the cycle of heaven, retribution. It's really satisfying. It's really too satisfying. Ha ha ha. Xie Danqiong was overwhelmed with emotions. For a moment, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. But immediately, he saw Chu Yang's murderous gaze looking over at him. He had no choice but to cough as if he was looking for an illness. His heart was as silent as a cicada in winter, for fear that a certain someone would settle the score with him. Everyone's plan was set. Zi Xieching arranged for Meng Wuya and Chrysanthemum Saber King Li Guanyu to take care of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Then everyone set off together. Zi Xieching left Heavenly Armament Pavilion to take care of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It could be considered as leaving a super peak expert behind to ensure safety. This should be foolproof. Everyone set off in a mighty manner. Just as they left the campsite, the saint immediately received the relevant news. So many people went out at the same time. The saint frowned. That means Chu Yang is back? Yes. Where are Dong Huang and Demon Empress? Yes. They went to Southern Sky Forest together? Yes. The saint asked around and finally stopped asking. He started to walk. Southern Sky Forest is now the territory of the elves. If they go there, I should be able to keep most of them busy. And the elves will only deal with Chu Yang and his women. In this way, there shouldn't be any accidents, as long as this plan succeeds, and even if Chu Yang doesn't die on the spot, as long as any of the 4 elven gods or any of Chu Yang's women are finished, it will create a deadly feud between the elves and Heavenly Armament Pavilion and Demon Empress Dong Huang. In the future, even if the elves know that I'm the one who instigated everything, but this feud is destined to be irreconcilable. They can only continue to cooperate with me and even be fully used by me. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. The saint immediately ordered, "Men." The elf archer god and the rest were now in a circle, discussing how to deal with Chu Yang. But suddenly news came. Chu Yang and the rest were rushing to Southern Sky Forest. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. They must not miss it. Saint Emperor Palace was mobilized to support the elves in one battle. Hearing this news, the archer god jumped up. So fast! What a coincidence! The first thing he felt was not surprise, but horror. For some reason, he felt that this was a deliberate move. They just came up with a strategy, and we immediately received news of Chu Yang's return. The archer god frowned. This is too much of a coincidence. What followed was Chu Yang's portrait, sent by the saint. They opened it. The 4 elven gods were stunned. Chu Yang was dressed in black, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was tall and handsome. Although it was just a portrait, Chu Yang's eyes seemed to have seen deep into his own eyes. This master of painting that the sage had found was indeed an expert in this field. The portrait was so vivid and lifelike. But the archer god and the rest were not surprised by this. This young man, isn't he the one who stood in the center of the group of young people that we met yesterday? Thinking of this, the 4 of them could not stay calm. Chapter 2632. So we met each other yesterday, but we didn't know each other at all, so we missed the opportunity. What are they going to do in the southern forest? A gloomy voice asked from the shadows. I don't know. The archer god was stunned. Who else is going with them? The gloomy voice asked again. This. The archer god was a little embarrassed. In the shadows, a gloomy voice sighed and said helplessly, Boss you. The archer god's face turned red. He bared his teeth and said, Bastard, can you stop talking? Will you die if you don't talk? The dark shadow was speechless. The eerie voice belonged to the dark god, who had yet to make an official appearance in the elf tribe. He was much younger than the archer god and the others, but he was blessed by the heavens as he was one of the few dark elves in the elf tribe. His innate darkness attribute allowed him to hide himself seamlessly at any time. But it was also because of his dark attribute that he developed a strange habit. He was never willing to be exposed to the sun. He even rarely appeared in front of others. Even these brothers who relied on each other for survival could only count the number of times they saw him after he achieved great success in his cultivation. Since it has come to this, let's go. The archer god looked at the 3 brothers and said to the dark shadow, Just the 5 of us? Are you afraid we won't be able to do it? The mighty god hesitated. Just the 5 of us are enough. The archer god smiled proudly. Even if we are facing the holy monarch with the strength of the 5 of us, we can defeat him and make him flee. In this world, is there anything that the 5 of us can't handle? The dark shadow, the dark god's gloomy voice said, That's not necessarily true. If the 5 of us fight God and Queen at the same time, we will definitely be the ones to flee. The archer god was furious and scolded. Shut up! This guy really touched the pot that didn't boil. Fight God and Queen at the same time? Aren't you kidding? Let's not talk about the 5 of us. Even if there were 5 more, it would be a draw. At most, it would be a draw. And this was under the condition that God and Queen had a grudge against each other. The dark shadow and the dark god laughed. Therefore, the 5 brothers immediately set off for the southern sky forest, going back and forth to the southern heaven forest twice in 2 days. This kind of experience could be considered as one of the most miraculous things in his life. However, what the arrow god and the others did not expect was the words of the dark god. It actually came true. This time, not only did they have to face an expert, who was equivalent to D, E, and Ho at the same time, but the strength they faced this time was actually much more terrifying than facing D, E, and Ho at the same time. Of course, they definitely didn't know anything right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on bumping into it. That would be idiotic. Chu Yang and the others set off ahead. So, they naturally entered the southern heavens forest first. After passing by the dilapidated base where the myriad holy true spirit once resided, everyone continued to advance. This was because such a battle had to be fought to their heart's content in order to truly obtain the results of the experiment. And this result could only be achieved when Chu Yang was at the end of his life. Therefore, the location was also very important. Firstly, it was too powerful, so they had to find a remote place to avoid accidentally killing people. Secondly, they had to prevent anyone from causing trouble and taking advantage of the situation. Dong Huang and the Demon Empress followed to prevent such things. Of course, the third point was what Mo Tianji and Dong Huang had discussed along the way. Was it possible to make today's experiment into a trap? Another key point is it possible that the saint will come? If he doesn't come, everything is just empty talk. The Demon Empress was a little worried about this. He will definitely come. After this period of interaction, Chu Yang's fear towards him is even greater than before. I'm afraid that his fear of Chu Yang has already surpassed that of the 2 of us. Just look at how he has bewitched the elf clan and set his sights on Chu Yang and us. Shuai Leihan said with certainty, he will definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Not only will he come, he will definitely take action to vent his anger from the humiliation he suffered today. I think this is the real purpose of Chu Yang's experiment today. At the side, Mo Tianji smiled knowingly. Dong Huang was indeed Dong Huang. He even thought of this. This. What do you mean by this? What is the real purpose? The Demon Empress was confused. Chu Yang is trying to consume an excessive amount of heavy pills this time, and the precondition is that he has exhausted all his energy and energy. To achieve this condition, the most effective way is to have an opponent that he can vent all his energy on. With Chu Yang's current strength, such an opponent, including you and me, is not enough, because he doesn't have the heart to fight with us. Only Cloudmaster is the one that we have to deal with, Shuai Leihan said. Therefore, as long as the saint takes action here, we can know ourselves and the enemy in the battle to wipe out the saint. The Holy Monarch is destined to be trapped in this situation. Shuai Leihan said, the only thing that we are not sure about is, will the fairy race also be trapped in this situation? If the fairy race also enters the situation, then this situation will be considered complete. Mo Tianji said, a situation that will determine the fate of the Heaven Imperial Court. Regardless of friend or foe, it will be a decisive battle. But this situation is also a double-edged sword, and the risk that one has to bear is not small. Shuai Leihan's expression was serious. Especially Chu Yang, the risk that he has to bear is the greatest. It can even be said that the risk that he has to bear this time will be unprecedentedly huge. If he is not careful, he may even get burned, and the gains will not make up for the losses. Mo Tianji nodded and took a deep breath. That's why all of you came together, as the last line of defense. Dong Huang smiled and nodded. Actually, there are still some flaws in this situation. We are missing 5 people. Mo Tianji said, we are missing Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Aoshi and Mo Lei and Tan Tan. If these 5 people were also here, then today's battle could directly kill the saint. There would be no more risks to speak of. Speaking of this, Mo Tianji was also somewhat helpless. According to the latest news, Tan Tan, who had gone missing for a period of time, had actually made great progress in his demonic cultivation. After he counterattacked and defeated the Flaming Sun, Heavenly Emperor Longinghuan, he did not take the world he was in seriously at all and brought his wife directly to the purple cloud heavens. Furthermore, he directly charged into the first bridge of the purple cloud heavens and became the first and strongest line of defense against the extraterrestrial demons. The first and strongest line of defense built by Tan Tan was not purely to defend against the extraterrestrial demons. On the contrary, this line of defense was the most incisive line of defense for counterattacks. During this period of time, or more accurately speaking, after Tan Tan's arrival, the gold-robed heavenly guards had no chance to attack at all. All the extraterrestrial demons that came to the first bridge were killed, defeated by Tan Tan. As long as the extraterrestrial demons came, Tan Tan would charge forward excitedly as if he had taken an aphrodisiac. Not only would he defeat them, but he would also kill them all and chase them for 3,000 miles. That's why he came back unsatisfied. Of course, Mo Tianji and the others knew that Tan Tan was not doing this to be in the limelight, but to do his best to use battle to train himself. But if he were to go alone, he would be taking on too many risks. It was too risky. If he was not careful, he might really not be able to come back. As the invasion of the extraterrestrial demon army became more and more severe, there would definitely be more and more opportunities for the top experts to appear at the front lines. The chances of Tan Tan encountering enemy experts would also increase accordingly. Tan Tan's temper could not be pulled back, so the chances of danger appearing were not small. Xue Leihan's heart also trembled when he heard that. Yes, the lineup of the heavenly armament pavilion's higher-ups that appeared now was already a super powerful lineup that was comparable to the combined might of the first emperor and the empress. But there were also a few people who were ranked at the front of the heavenly armament pavilion's combat power who were not here. Among Chu Yang's brothers, Dong Wushang, Gu Dexing, Tan Tan, and Ao Xian were only below Xie Danqiong in terms of combat prowess. They were even above Xie Danqiong. Now, almost everyone could reach Xie Danqiong's current level. Dong Wushang and Gu Dexing were probably slightly stronger, especially Gu Dexing, since he comprehended the power of the two extremes of earth and water on his own back then. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even if his strength was not as good as Chu Yang's, it would not be too far off. At least he was at Xue Leihan's level. Thinking of this, Xue Leihan couldn't help but sigh endlessly. How many years has it been? Back then, Brother Jia seemed like a joke. Now he already has enough power and can totally dominate the entire Heaven Imperial Court. At the same time, Mo Qingguo, Zi Xieching, and Chu Lu are surrounded Tai Batian and Wu Qianshan in the center. They instructed in a low voice, "If anything happens later, the three of us must pay attention. Chu Yang may not need our strength, but we must take good care of ourselves. Don't give them any misgivings and let them take care of us instead. No matter what, Sister Batian and Sister Qianshan will be fine." Mo Qingguo promised solemnly. Chu Lu nodded with bright eyes. "Don't worry. Later, I will set up a poison screen around the two of them. If no one provokes them, then it's fine. But if someone doesn't know their place, I don't think there's a need for a poison screen." A very strange feeling arose in Zi Xieching's heart. Instinctively, she stopped her. Everything should be based on our own defense first. If there's a layer of protection like the poison screen, we will have an additional layer of protection in our hearts and will inevitably slack off. Hearing this, Chu Lu was a little disapproving. She didn't understand what Zi Xieching meant, but she still agreed. She secretly made up her mind. I must put in all my effort and do everything possible to ensure the safety of the two sisters-in-law. Chapter 2633. Along the way, although everyone's speed was very fast, Everyone could feel that everyone was trying their best to control their speed and didn't really exert their speed to the limit. Moreover, along the way, Xie Danqiong and Rui Batong were whispering at the side, as if discussing something. The 5 women were also huddled together, and GMO and Luo Kadi were also huddled together, discussing something. Everyone's expression was very nervous. Mo Tianji, who was in control of the overall situation, also gathered together with the East Emperor Demon Empress, constantly deducing and calculating, thinking about whether there was anything missing. Only Chu Yang, who bore the most risk, was the most at ease. He took the lead and flew in front. The gust of wind blew his hair up. It also made his thoughts drift along with the wind. As he walked all along the way, his mind was completely clear, and there was no shock, terror, joy in it. Ever since he went to the big Western paradise and saved Gu Duxing from danger, until today, Chu Yang had a feeling more and more. It seemed that his path in this world was gradually coming to an end. This didn't mean that his death was near and his road ahead was coming to an end, but that he could feel that the Heaven Imperial Court also had its limits. Outside, there was a wider world waiting for him. Actually, Chu Yang had this feeling before when he was at the Heaven Imperial Court. At that time, it was after he eliminated the Dharma Supreme and his strength climbed to the peak of the Heaven Imperial Court. Looking at the world, there was no longer any opponent. Or it could be said that it was a kind of loneliness of an expert. It was just that at that time he still knew what his road ahead was. There was a higher Heaven Imperial Court, there were generations of brothers waiting in front of him, and there were also extraterrestrial demons waiting for him to destroy, and so on and so forth. But now he had once again climbed to the peak of the Heaven Imperial Court. There might still be opponents ahead, but only the Saint Lord was an unprecedented enemy that he still couldn't match. But it was just like the Dharma Supreme back then. Chu Yang was confident that he would definitely be able to defeat him in the end. There was also the restless extraterrestrial demon army that was about to arrive. He had to completely destroy it and eliminate all future troubles. But what about after that? What should his next step be? It was just that this problem wasn't urgent yet. He could temporarily put it aside and think about it when the time came. This time, he wanted to do this experiment on a whim and then intentionally or unintentionally set up this overall situation. In fact, this made Chu Yang feel that his footsteps had sped up again. At this point, Chu Yang could clearly feel that there was a whip called fate that was constantly whipping his body. Let himself either get rid of it or submit to it, but whether it was to get rid of or to submit, the only certainty was. But they all had to move forward. What was in front of them? What was there? Suddenly, a cloud floated past Chu Yang's eyes. Chu Yang woke up from his stupor and suddenly rushed out of the clouds. However, he discovered that the group of people had already arrived in the sky above the southern heavens forest. Below, a stretch of green stretched to the horizon as if it was endless. Under the gentle breeze, the stretch of green was like the waves of the sea rising and falling. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and let out a long and loud cry. His heart was suddenly filled with lofty sentiments. I was born to climb higher and higher. The heavenly palace of the mortal world is willing to work hard. Who can compare to the shuriken? Who could be the palm blade? Is there an end to the heavens? Looking at the mountains and rivers with a smile. Tonight, I will sweep the path of the human world. In the future, we will test the heroes in the firmament. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang let out a long laugh. His black clothes were as black as ink, and he flew into the southern heavens forest. Behind him, the brothers heard Chu Yang's long chant, and their hearts were also boiling with lofty sentiments. They let out a long cry in unison, and it shook the sky. Big brother is so bold. Little brother will follow. Let's dance in the clouds together. Let's conquer the world together. The clouds in the sky dissipated in front of everyone, and they were all left behind. The boundless green waves also passed under their feet, and they were no longer seen. In the blink of an eye, The group of people had already gone deep into the southern heavens forest for thousands of miles. At this time, all they could see was green. Chu Yang suddenly stopped. Almost at the same time when Chu Yang stopped, a huge sword light flew out like a long dragon, and a strong energy flew out. Ka 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 ka! Hundreds of thousands of trees were instantly cut down by the sword light, and the energy did not stop there. It swept up the chopped trees, and like a huge dark cloud, they all flew up with a whoosh sound and flew for hundreds of miles before gently landing. However, the earth still trembled. Hundreds of thousands of trees collectively moved. How could the movement be small? The central area of the southern heaven forest used to be filled with greenery, but a large, open space had suddenly appeared at this moment. Chu Yang had cleared the entire area in a radius of 50 kilometers, and the black and yellow soil had already been exposed underneath. Not even a blade of grass was left behind. It was completely clean. Everyone landed at the same time. Let's choose here. Chu Yang looked around, and the sword light flashed. Around them, some of the big trees in the blind spots were cut down again and swept away. The first time, the purpose was to clear the area, but this time it was to guard against the elf race's sneak attack. Trees were the elf race's natural concealment tools, and they had to be careful. Mo Tian-ji stepped forward and was about to speak, but Chu Yang had already said softly, "Let's let nature take its course." Mo Tian-ji instantly understood. He did not speak anymore and immediately retreated. Today, the original intention was to test the effect of taking a large amount of heavy pills in one go. Even if the Saint Monarchs did not come, this goal was achieved. If the Saint Monarchs and the experts of the Holy Emperor Palace came, then of course it would be better. Let nature take its course. It did not matter whether they came or not. This was Chu Yang's intention. Mo Tian-ji suddenly felt that Boss's current state of mind was very different from before. The current Chu Yang had a kind of state of mind that was detached from the mortal world. Chu Yang was already standing in the center, and the Calamity sword was already in his hand. Come, who's first? GMO suddenly saw a certain king of hell with the Calamity sword in his hand, and could not help but want to shrink back. However, Xie Danqiong kicked his butt, and he immediately flew out. He was completely disorganized as he pounced at Chu Yang. The one who did not want to fight the most was the first to fight. GMO let out a strange cry and bared his teeth. "Xie Dan, I'll remember you. I'll remember you forever." But before he finished speaking, a sword light had already attacked him mercilessly. The sword light was cold, as if this sword would cut off his head. GMO let out a scream, and his back was drenched in sweat. "Boss, please have mercy. I'm not ready yet." As he screamed, he drew his sword to meet the attack. The two of them exchanged several blows in an instant. GMO's but had already been kicked 17 to 18 times by Chu Yang. A certain part seemed to be swollen, but Chu Yang still continued to kick without caring about it. A certain part was swollen, and he still had to kick it again. The pain increased several times. A certain person was in so much pain that he almost cried. "Awo, dog ant, I'll fight it out with you." GMO rushed up like a madman, attacking with all his might. Then, on the other side, Luo Kudi's howl shook the sky. "I'm coming too." Just as he was getting into position, Xue Leihan kicked him from behind. "Why are you still putting on such a dashing posture? Go and get beaten up." Luo Kadi flew up into the air, following in Mo's footsteps. "Fuck, who kicked me? Who's so?" Even though he was busy, Luo Kadi turned back to curse, only to see Dong Huang smiling. "I kicked you, so what? Why don't you finish what you're saying?" Good kick." Luo Kadi's neck shrank. I was wondering why the kick felt so ingenious. So it was His Majesty Dong Huang who did it himself. How impressive. Boss, watch my sword. When everyone saw Luo Kudi changing his tune, laughter shook the sky. This guy was used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. This habit seemed to have been deeply ingrained in his bones. Chu Yang roused his spirit. He single-handedly fought with GMO and Luo Kadi. The three of them fought like madmen. They didn't hold back at all. However, GMO and Luo Kadi's tacit understanding slowly began to show signs of strain. Seeing this, Rue Batong shouted and shook his head. "I'm coming. Brothers, I'm coming to help you." He flew out and instantly turned into a majestic phoenix. That phoenix flew into the sky majestically. He thought to himself, "I should be able to take less hits than GMO and Luo Kadi if I attack from the sky." Chu Yang's eyes flickered and his body flashed. Suddenly, a shadow flew into the air at an extremely fast speed. He grabbed the phoenix's sharp beak and threw it with all his might. The phoenix's entire body was pulled down from the air. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was suddenly heard. The whole ground was trembling because of it. The phoenix's huge body was thrown to the ground like a lifeless brick. It fell to the ground and its feathers flew everywhere. It screamed loudly. Chu Yang still didn't let Rue Batong go. He even used the phoenix that he had transformed into as a weapon and swept it in all directions. GMO and Luo Kadi were suddenly faced with a new wave of fierce attacks. They were so angry that their noses were crooked. "Damn it, Rue Batong, you stupid bird. Are you here to help us or to help boss?" If possible, the two really wanted to grab this damn bird and pull out all its feathers. Why is it so useless? It's better to stew it and eat it. It can at least fill our stomachs. This was worse than before. Previously, the two sides were fighting sword with sword. Even though the Calamity Sword was extremely sharp, GMO and Luo Kadi's swords were also extraordinary. It was absolutely no problem for them to contend with the Calamity Sword for a short period of time. Now, they were facing a human-shaped weapon like Rue Batong. Could they use their swords to parry and greet? They could only dodge blindly. It was inevitable that they would be at a disadvantage. It would be better if Rue Batong didn't come to help. Rue Batong groaned again and again. His mouth was grabbed, and he had almost no room to struggle. With a thought, he turned back to his original form and broke free from Chu Yang's imprisonment. He opened his mouth and bit over. His target was Chu Yang's big hand. Chu Yang hurriedly retracted his hand. Rue Batong staggered and flew out dizzily. Chu Yang's Calamity sword reappeared in his hand. One sword, one round of rapid attacks, and the three brothers were sweating profusely. I will continue to write the 5th update. Chapter 2634. The few of you, hurry up and help. Luo Kadi was about to cry. He screamed at the top of his lungs. He had suffered more than 100 kicks in this short period of time. Not only his buttocks, but even his thighs were swollen. You guys are not helping. Do you think this is fun? The next moment, a viburnum flower flew out and instantly bloomed brilliantly. Xiadanqiong had made his move. Once Xiadanqiong made this move, the situation changed instantly. At least it was no longer one-sided. Chu Yang was excited. He shouted, "One ray of cold light! 10,000 feet of light!" As a ray of cold light flew out, 10,000 rays of light scattered and caught all the viburnum flowers in the sky. Not a single one was missed. Me too. Mo Qingwu floated up, her red dress fluttering like a dream. She performed a heavenly dance, and her Qingwu dream saber slashed down like lightning. Just looking at this posture, no one doubted that even if there was a mountain in front of them, Mo Qingwu could cut it in half. But such a saber move, coupled with her superb body movements, made people feel a sense of dreamlike lightness and confusion. Chu Yang's tide-like attacks were finally stopped in an instant. Facing 5 experts at the same time was already reaching Chu Yang's current limit. Zi Xieching's white robe fluttered. In a flash, she arrived before Chu Yang. With two loud bangs, her fists landed accurately on Chu Yang's chest and lower abdomen. Chu Yang's entire body rolled out like a gourd. Everyone cheered when they saw this. Chu Yang quickly got up and used the first 4 moves of the Calamity, sword together. He shouted, "Just hit the top, don't hit the bottom!" Zi Xieching's last punch was aimed at the lower abdomen and seemed to be going further down. But it was the most important part. That was the most precious part of Minister Chu. It must not be hit. Zi Xieching's face was red. She gritted her teeth. "Why can't I hit it? See if I don't kill you. How dare you act like a hooligan in such a battle?" All the brothers shouted together, "Sister-in-law, kill him! Sister-in-law, kill him!" Especially Xiedanqiong. He shouted especially loudly. Chu Yang faced everyone at the same time. His strength was already at a disadvantage, and he retreated step by step. Suddenly he shouted, "I'm going to use my ultimate move." The sword light was like a waterfall, suddenly splashing out. The ultimate sword move of the Calamity Sword was finally used. A purple light flashed, and Mo Tian-ji took out his purple jade flute. "Big brother, I'm going to use this flute. If you can turn the tables so easily, you still have me." The 7 experts had attacked at the same time and had pushed Chu Yang to his limit. Even if he had great abilities, it would be impossible for him to defeat the joint attack of these 7 people in one fell swoop. The lineup formed by Mo Tianji and the rest was almost equivalent to the combined strength of the other 8 people on Di's side, excluding the East Emperor Demon Empress. How could Chu Yang withstand it with his own strength? In the blink of an eye, his imposing manner had turned into a constant beating. Chu Yang desperately resisted, counterattacked, defended, and circled around. He could clearly feel it. The power in his body was gushing out like a flash flood. His own potential was also being stimulated bit by bit and consumed. At the same time, his dantian was operating at full power. However, now was far from the time when he couldn't hold on anymore. His dantian was still ensuring a very stable output. "The pressure isn't enough." Chu Yang shouted loudly, although if it was a real life and death battle, this was the problem. After all, this wasn't a life and death battle. They wanted to force Chu Yang to the point of exhaustion. This bit of pressure really didn't seem to be enough. The Demon Empress was delighted to see this and also attacked. Her white robe fluttered as she took a step forward. "Then let me join in the fun and give you more pressure. It's not enough to see." After all, she was a veteran expert. Her attack was really extraordinary. Chu Yang instantly felt a lot of pressure. Bang, 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 Mo Tianji's purple jade flute, Xiedanqiong's viburnum flower, Luo Kadi, and Ji Mo's long sword, Mo Qingwu's Qingwu dream sabers back, Zi Xieching and the Demon Empress fists, and Rui Budong's kick. At the same time, they were attacking Chu Yang. Ouch! Chu Yang screamed and was sent flying by Qing Qing. He slid on the ground for more than 1,000 feet and plowed a deep trench in the ground. Since the Demon Empress attacked, this battle became more and more intense, in the true sense of the word. The Demon Empress originally didn't want to attack because of her status. The 7 of them, including Mo Tianji, had joined forces. Their true strength was indeed very strong. They had defeated the Emperor and the Empress, and the other 8 people had joined forces. With this strength, they were enough to kill any expert in the Heaven Imperial Court. Chu Yang would definitely not be able to resist them. However, this group of people acted as if they were playing house. They laughed, scolded, and made fun of each other. They did not pose much of a threat to Chu Yang, let alone threaten his life. The pressure wasn't great. Naturally, Chu Yang didn't have the mentality of fighting to the death that he wanted. Without that kind of pressure, even if he was really exhausted and consumed heavy pills, he probably wouldn't be able to achieve the kind of effect that he wanted. Therefore, the Demon Empress had no choice but to attack now. As for the other reason, she had already realized to her surprise that Chu Yang's real strength now wasn't inferior to Xue Leihan's. The real strength here was a combination of cultivation, skills, realms, experience, and so on. In other words, Chu Yang was basically another Donghuang Shueleihan. The title of the third person in the Heavenly Imperial Court didn't live up to its name anymore. At least, it had to take a step back. The Heavenly Imperial Court actually had another real top-notch expert in the true sense of the word. However, the moment the Demon Empress attacked, the atmosphere of the scene immediately changed. It was poles apart. 8 experts joined forces to fight against Chu Yang alone. If they were really enemies, Chu Yang definitely didn't have any chance of winning. Even his chances of survival were very slim. The correct response would have been to flee far away the moment the Demon Empress stretched out her hand. But now he couldn't do that. He could only hold on. He could only hold on. He could only hold on. Chu Yang already didn't know how many hits he had suffered or who had hit him. Many of his bones even showed signs of breaking. The pressure was as huge as a mountain. Wave after wave, wave after wave, it kept accumulating and pressing down on him. Chu Yang gradually felt that the pressure he was under was about to reach the point where he couldn't take it anymore. The nebula in his dantian was operating in an almost crazy way, triggering one vortex after another. They flooded into Chu Yang's meridians, and the tribulation sword was unleashed to its limit. However, even if it was unleashed to its limit, it was still useless in the face of the combined attacks of the 8 experts. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break out. He couldn't hold on. Everyone also felt that Chu Yang was about to reach his limit. Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching's eyes were full of heartache and pity. However, the more it was at this moment, the more they couldn't relax. It could mean that all their previous efforts would be wasted. In the sky above the forest, Shueleihan, who had been watching the battle closely, suddenly sensed something. He turned his head abruptly and narrowed his eyes. The wind and clouds were surging at the end of the world. A large group of experts rushed over at top speed. Shueleihan's eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. He muttered, "People from the Holy Emperor Palace." It was also at this moment that the Demon Empress suddenly hit Chu Yang's chest with her palm. Chu Yang let out a loud cry and flew straight out. His whole body was really like a lamp that had run out of oil. He didn't have any energy left at all. He even found it difficult to raise his hand. "It's about time." The Demon Empress looked at Chu Yang's condition and concluded. Mo Qinggu was so heartbroken that she was about to cry. "Chu Yang, are you okay?" Chu Yang smiled with difficulty. "As long as all of you are okay." At this point, where his vitality was depleted and he was like a lamp that had run out of oil, Chu Yang suddenly felt that his spiritual senses were far sharper than usual. He, who didn't have any cultivation at all now, could even vaguely feel that there was an unprecedented spatial crisis swarming over from the horizon. "They're coming." Chu Yang forced himself to finish the sentence, and then he was completely out of energy. This sentence, "As long as all of you are okay," it meant a lot. Not only today, but also in the future. As long as all of you are okay and can hold on during the final battle, or I'm okay and can hold on then, the brothers who are using heavy pills to recover will charge. Mo Tianji muttered the sentence, his eyes shining. When they reached the limit, it was time to take the medicine. Chu Yang didn't hesitate and stuffed all 15 super heavy pills into his mouth at once. This time, he was truly putting his life on the line. This was the first time he had taken the most heavy pills in one go. Because imagining the sudden crisis of a saint monarch at the end of his road made Chu Yang uneasy all the time. If he didn't think of a way to deal with this crisis, Chu Yang wouldn't be able to sleep well. Because if that was the case, at least 3 of his brothers would be dragged away to be buried with him in an instant. 3. How could Chu Yang afford to lose them? Not to mention 3. Even if it was 1, Chu Yang didn't want to lose them. So he had to do this deadly experiment. Chu Yang didn't say the real danger, because once he said it, everyone would definitely be worried. Chu Yang wasn't sure if he could take so many heavy pills in one go. Moreover, After this, he still had to figure out a way to release the excess medicinal effects. These were all difficult. As for whether he could maintain his consciousness after being hit by such a huge amount of medicinal effects, Chu Yang wasn't sure either. If he couldn't maintain his consciousness, then this method definitely couldn't be used. Dong Huang. A person took the lead and flew over. With a long shout, he shouted, "Let's continue the unfinished battle today. Nan Poyen, your face doesn't hurt anymore. It must be that you haven't been slapped enough. You still want to relive the wonderful feeling of that day. Since you're so desperate to have it again, I can fulfill your wish. It's just that." Xue Leihan laughed coldly. "You alone are not worthy of me taking action. All of you come up together." The person who came was the #1 great guardian of the Holy Emperor Palace, Nan Poyen. Continue to write. Chapter 2635. That day, Xue Leihan barged into the Holy Emperor Palace because of Zi Hao and had a big battle with him. In fact, saying that there had been a battle was giving Nan Poyen too much credit. That battle had ended almost as soon as it had begun. Nan Poyen had been slapped in the face by Dong Huang and had been sent flying on the spot. This was the entire process of that battle. The reason why Nan Poyen was able to survive until now was partly because the saint came out right after that slap, and partly because Xue Leihan really couldn't be bothered to kill him. Otherwise, just that slap alone was enough to make him fall completely. Although Dong Huang was already recognized as a top expert in the world at that time, Nan Poyen still considered that slap as the greatest humiliation in his life. This hatred had been suppressed for nearly 1,000,000 years. Meeting his old enemy again and hearing those words, Nan Poyen's eyes immediately turned red. With a loud roar, he rushed forward. Then, dozens of experts from the Holy Emperor Palace also rushed forward to support him. This was a fixed tactic. Many top experts from the Holy Emperor Palace rushed forward under the provocation of Dong Huang's words. It was a flawless plan, and the rest of the people split up and rushed toward Chu Lu-er, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianqian. Obviously, they were picking on the weak ones. This time, the experts from the Holy Emperor Palace actually came out in full force. It's spectacular. Looking at the black mass of people, the Demon Empress laughed mockingly. "Where's your leader? Such a spectacular scene shouldn't be missing him, right?" The sage's voice said, "I didn't think that Xano would still remember me so much. Come. This seat will accompany Xan and reminisce about our parting. After that day, I still can't forget Exa." Another 100 or so people swarmed forward. He rushed into the battlefield that was in a complete mess. They rushed toward Mo Tianji and the others who had just stopped fighting. The entire Southern Sky Forest, which had just finished a great battle, welcomed another bloody battle in the blink of an eye. An even more intense, bloody battle. The previous battle was dangerous but not fierce, and there was no sign of blood. But at this moment, almost as soon as they started fighting, blood immediately burst out. The people from the Holy Emperor Palace consciously and purposefully entangled Dong Huang, the Demon Empress, Mo Tianji, Xie Danqiong, and the others. As for Chu Yang and his women, they only used harassing attacks. It was somewhat insignificant. Facing such a situation, Mo Tianji, the East Sovereign, and the Demon Empress looked at each other. This kind of attack was obviously what they wanted. However, amidst the chaos, for silhouettes suddenly flashed into existence. Almost immediately after, another dark shadow appeared like a ghost. The 5 elven gods had appeared at the same time. One of them went straight for Chu Yang, who was still immobile, while the other 4 went straight for him. Their targets were Zi Xieching, Wu Qianqian, Tai Butian, and Mo Qinggu. At this moment, Chu Lu-er was surrounded by more than 10 peak-level experts. She couldn't break out of the encirclement at all. It could be said that she had her hands full. GMO and Luo Kadi saw that the situation was far from reassuring. He intended to rush over there. Mo Tianji and Xie Danqiong were also attacking with all their might. In everyone's opinion, Chu Yang should be able to stand up by now. However, Chu Yang didn't stand up. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. How could there be a mistake at such a critical moment? This was really a big shock. Xie Danqiong's viburnum flower shot out directly. For a moment, the entire southern sky forest was filled with a sea of viburnum flowers. Dong Huang Shueleihan also rushed over with an imposing manner. Zi Xieching and Mo Qinggu went all out. They protected Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian tightly behind them. At this moment, the four fairy gods rushed over together. They attacked at the same time. No one dared to be negligent. Success or failure depended on this. The four fairy gods all unleashed their full strength at this moment. That kind of dense fairy aura instantly filled the entire place. The situation was like this. They were completely out of control. It could be said that they were in imminent danger. However, right at this moment, something that no one could ever imagine happened all of a sudden. A white light suddenly appeared on Zi Xieching and Wu Qianqian's bodies at this moment. The white light shot into the sky. Almost at the same time, a faint yellow light suddenly appeared on Tai Butian's body. Then it also turned into a white light and merged with Zi Xieching's and Wu Qianqian's white light. And on Mo Qingwu's body, who was in the middle of a battle, a red light inexplicably shot out and intertwined with the three white lights at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, the four fairy gods were stunned as if they had been electrocuted. The four of them were instantly petrified. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at the sudden phenomenon in front of them. For a moment, they were completely motionless. Xie Danqiong's viburnum flowers were not to be trifled with. They burst open on the bodies of the four fairy gods. But the four of them didn't move at all, as if they didn't feel anything. If it weren't for the fact that the viburnum flowers were too scattered at this moment and prioritized to conceal themselves, the four fairy gods would probably have died here for no reason. For lights, 1 red and 3 white lights shot into the sky and turned into a rainbow, connecting with Chu Yang on the ground as if they had a tacit understanding. And the one in charge of dealing with Chu Yang at this moment was the most mysterious dark deity of the fairy race. However, when this ray of light connected with Chu Yang, the dark deity suddenly stopped moving. He was completely petrified like the god of death, because in between Chu Yang's eyebrows, a shadow like a full moon slowly emerged. It became clearer and clearer. Only then did he see that there was actually a crown-like shadow in this full moon. Seeing this, the dark deity was dumbfounded. He didn't care if he still had to maintain his invisibility. He just stood there in a daze with his mouth and eyes wide open. After a while, he finally said, "The aura of the Fairy Empress, the Fairy Emperor's seal." The Fairy Emperor's seal. This item that was highly anticipated by the fairy race actually appeared in the world at this most critical and fatal moment. The dark deity, who had always hidden in the dark and rarely appeared in front of others, was so agitated at this moment that his whole body trembled. It was as if he had lost his mind. Standing next to Chu Yang, she was actually exposed in front of the eyes of the world. At this moment, he completely forgot what he should be hiding. The world only knew that the Fairy Emperor's seal was the symbol of the fairy royal family, the highest authority. Even the sage only knew that it was an emperor's seal. It was like a jade seal, a symbol of a seal. This was actually the biggest reason why the arrow god and the others had doubts about the sage. And what exactly was the fairy emperor's seal? Other than the higher-ups of the fairy race, no one else knew. The so-called fairy emperor's seal. It wasn't a seal at all. It was the symbol of the fairy royal family, where the fate of the fairy race gathered. In the fairy race, only the emperor could condense the fate of the entire fairy race to form a fairy emperor's seal on himself. And once the emperor died, the fairy emperor's seal would also immediately dissipate in the area where the emperor died. Only the bloodline of the fairy royal family could protect it. And there was also a person with a strong fate who made a great contribution to the fairy race. Only then could the fairy emperor's seal reappear. And during this process, the fairy royal family must be present, and there must be the approval of the soul aura of the deceased emperor. Anyway, in order to obtain a fairy emperor's seal, all the conditions were extremely harsh. Not a single one could be missing, even if it was the fairy race itself. It was also an extremely difficult thing to obtain a fairy emperor's seal. It couldn't be done without a great opportunity. In fact, the fairy emperor's seal that the fairy empress condensed was created by countless opportunities and countless coincidences. It was extremely difficult to replicate. This was also the fundamental reason why the fairy race had never tried to condense another fairy emperor's seal on their own, even though the fairy empress had been missing for a long time. It was definitely not something that could be snatched away by others. Originally, the 5 fairy gods had once suspected whether there was some special power in time that could trap the fairy emperor's seal at the moment when the fairy empress was about to dissipate. Although the chances were slim, the 5 fairy gods were still willing to try their best to imprison and preserve the fairy emperor's seal. At this moment, the 5 fairy gods all knew. The fairy emperor's seal in front of them couldn't be fake. It was real. Indeed, the fairy emperor's seal had reappeared in the world, and the fairy empress's aura appeared on the fairy emperor's seal at the same time. It was even harder to fake it, and this fairy emperor's seal actually appeared on the person that the sage had been instigating and wanted them to kill, Chu Yang. At this moment, the few of them almost fainted. If they really killed Chu Yang indiscriminately, wouldn't they be ruining the future of the entire fairy race? The fairy had killed the person who had the fairy emperor's seal. Was there anything more ridiculous than this in this world? At this moment, the 5 fairy gods' hatred toward the sage reached its peak in an instant. Cloud Master, could you trick us any more? But what surprised the 5 fairy gods the most was, or perhaps what they couldn't understand was, why did the fairy empress's aura appear on 4 women at the same time? This was the most incomprehensible thing. If there wasn't the fairy empress's aura, then things would be easy to explain. The sage was telling the truth. Chu Yang was the illegitimate child of the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress. The fairy empress had fallen, and the fairy emperor's seal was confined by a special power and remained on Chu Yang's body. Because the appearance of the fairy emperor's seal was too obvious, this matter was settled. Any explanation would be futile, but the fairy empress's aura appeared at the same time, and it appeared on 4 women at the same time. And these 4 women seemed to be closely related to the illegitimate child of the Eastern Emperor. This result was very, 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 very thought-provoking. What was going on? The 4 fairy gods were all dumbfounded. They didn't move at all. If the experts from the Holy Emperor Palace didn't attack them, and if Chu Yang's people didn't kill them, the 5 fairy gods would probably have fallen here without knowing why. Over there, shouts of killing were still shaking the heavens. Thousands of experts from the Holy Emperor Palace were fighting with their lives on the line. The fighting strength of these people was rather impressive. For a moment, the battle was in a stalemate. The sage almost vomited blood. At such a crucial moment, why aren't the 5 of you moving? Are you trying to make me anxious to death? Chapter 2636. If it weren't for the sudden silence of the 5 elven gods, Motianji and the others would have been at an even greater disadvantage. Even if they didn't get rid of Chu Yang, they would have still targeted the others. This extremely unexpected situation made the Saint Monarch angry and anxious. What was going on? It was such a heaven-sent opportunity, and victory was already in their hands. Why did the elves suddenly stop moving? This time, the saint was prepared to pull the elves to his side, so he mobilized a huge force. Just like what the Demon Empress said, he was going all out. He intended to settle the situation in one fell swoop. The experts that the Saint Emperor Palace brought out this time, except for the scattered people in different worlds, and the experts by the Saint Empress Shuexianer's side. Basically, no one was left out. To deal with the East Emperor Demon Empress, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin, and the rest. All these forces had to be mobilized, plus the saint himself. Only then would he have enough chances of winning. Only then would he create an opportunity for the elves to kill Chu Yang, so that the enmity between the two sides could never be resolved. The original plan had gone quite smoothly. Chu Yang, whose strength was not inferior to Dong Huang's, had to train with his subordinates. He had to risk his life and use up all of his strength. Even the people who besieged him had lost a lot of their vital energy. It was really a self-inflicted evil. With such a heaven-sent opportunity, how could the saint seize it and launch an attack immediately? The saint's men restrained all the fighting forces except for Chu Yang and his 4 women, allowing the 5 elven gods to focus on Chu Yang and the 4 women. They didn't have to kill Chu Yang, but as long as any one of the 4 women died, given how much Chu Yang valued them, there would be no room for negotiation. It could only be a situation of life and death. But now, the saint's side was already bloody. The elves, who wanted to play the leading role, were all muted. How could the saint not be depressed? What the fuck was going on? Wasn't this too strange? Even if he was stupid, he shouldn't have done it at this time. Master Yin shouted, and the mountain river sword in his hand clashed with the demon king hook again. He flew up and said angrily, "Archer God, what are you guys doing? Why don't you take action with such a great opportunity? Do it." If not for the demon empress pestering him, even Lord Cloud couldn't wait to kill Chu Yang himself and get rid of this great threat. However, his urging had no effect at all. The 5 elven gods were still standing there in a daze, completely dumbstruck. At this moment, the fairy emperor's seal in the air suddenly emitted a cloud of smoke. It merged with the light on the 4 women's bodies. Just as everyone was shocked to see such a miraculous scene, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in midair. His eyes were like spring water, his brows were like distant mountains, and his long hair was like clouds. She was peerlessly beautiful. Her beauty was unparalleled in this world. She was like a celestial fairy that had descended to the mortal world, illusory and ethereal, like the moon in the heavenly palace, clear and bright, like a snow lotus on an iceberg, untainted by even a speck of dust, like the scorching sun in the sky, shining down on the world. Just as this beautiful woman appeared, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The 5 fairy gods couldn't help but tear up at the same time. "Your Majesty," Wu Chengxiao, the archer god, looked at the beauty in the sky in a daze and muttered, "Chengxiao, Chengxiao, this is you, it's you." Tears rolled down his cheeks. Heroes don't cry easily. Naturally, they would be sad at this moment. In midair, the elven empress's eyes slowly turned. Her eyes were moving, and they were moving. She slowly observed the bloody battlefield. Gradually, she shifted her gaze to the Cloud Lord, who was floating in midair. Her eyes finally met Cloud Lord's gaze at this moment. Everyone could clearly see the extreme shock in Cloud Lord's eyes at this moment. An infinite shock. He turned his head and was about to urge again when he happened to see this strange phenomenon. For a moment, it was as if someone had hammered on his heart. In his shock, his body was almost chopped into 2 by the demon empress Demon King Hook. The elven empress stood in midair, floating in the light, but her figure was still clear and stable. Then, she slowly reached out her hand and pointed at Cloud Lord. She actually said, "Kill this person." She appeared from nothing for the first time in hundreds of thousands of years in the Heaven Imperial Court. The first sentence she said was actually an order, and the person she wanted to kill was actually a great sage. After so many years, he once again heard Her Majesty's long-awaited command. The 5 elven gods, who seemed to be in a daze, trembled at the same time. Hot tears streamed down their faces as they responded at the same time. In the next moment, the 5 of them moved at the same time and launched their sharpest attacks at the same time. The first to move was the Dark God. With a turn of his body, he entered a dark shadow and disappeared. However, unknown attacks were the most unpredictable. They didn't know how to resist or defend. The archer god let out a long and shrill cry. Suddenly, a big green bow appeared in his hand. He drew the bow and aimed at the great sage. The soul-chasing arrow that killed the Devil Master was about to be released. It was aimed at Cloud Lord, the great sage. The mighty god and the other two roared and pounced forward with irresistible force. All the experts of the Saint Emperor Palace, who blocked their way, were killed mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, the three gods joined forces and formed a siege. Killing intent was everywhere. The Elven Empress' unexpected appearance, the Elven Emperor's seal reappearing in such a way, and the Empress's order all proved one thing. The great sage had been deceiving them all along. The 5 elven gods completely understood. This liar, every word he said was a lie. He deliberately misled the elven race and set them up. This evil person was instantly hated to the core by the 5 elven gods and was branded with a must-kill mark. It was just as the sage himself had said. All of the layout and arrangements now only needed one more entry point, and also one more crucial point. As long as any one of these things was confirmed, then the rest would naturally come to light. And now, such a situation had occurred. Now it was indeed a breakthrough. A key point had been accidentally exposed, and the rest would be instantly clear. However, the most ironic thing was that everything had gone against the great sage's original intention. The result was also the opposite of what he had wanted. The more he had said in the beginning, the more he would say. Now, the stronger the hatred he would suffer. The more people despised him, the more they would look down on him, and the more they would want to kill him. Since the result was the opposite, the great help that he had thought he could control naturally turned into great killing intent. Moreover, he had already taken action. An unforeseen event suddenly occurred. The scene immediately fell into extreme chaos. No one would have thought that the 5 elven race experts who had been relying on the Great Wall and thought that they were the strongest means to kill the enemy would suddenly turn against them at such a critical moment. Moreover, they did it so thoroughly. The experts on the Holy Emperor Palace's side were not prepared at all. Some who were fighting fiercely with Emotianji, and the others were directly killed by the attacks from behind just because they were in the way. Not even a trace of them was left behind. The archer god was enraged. After the first soul-chasing arrow, all the subsequent arrows were extremely destructive soul-bursting arrows. They flew out like raindrops. Most of the Holy Emperor Palace's experts had their backs facing him. In front of him were enemies who were much stronger than him. How could he be caught off guard? Without making a sound, he fell to the ground and breathed his last. He was deader than dead. Since it was a divine soul-bursting arrow, he was naturally dead. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 experts from the Holy Emperor Palace were lying dead on the ground. In that misty place, bits of light gradually rose from their corpses. In an instant, they entered the body of the saint who was fighting with the demon empress. The archer god was shocked. His bow and arrow almost flew out of his hands. He shouted angrily, "Cloud Master! What a sanctimonious saint! It turns out that you are the master of the myriad saints' true spirit." Under the soul-bursting arrows, the primordial spirit of the archer would not be destroyed. Only the characteristics of the myriad saints' true spirit could do that. Today, Cloud Master's identity as the master of the myriad saints' true spirit was finally exposed. One mistake and the whole game was lost. He even exposed his biggest secret. The saint's face was ashen, but he did not say a word. He continued to fight fiercely. He pushed his cultivation to the limit and used all his strength. For a time, the demon empress was beaten back repeatedly. She was almost unable to fight back. At this moment, his heart was truly enraged to the extreme, and he only wanted to kill everyone in front of him. However, he could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought. What in the world was going on? What had happened? Why did the situation take a turn for the worse? It was completely out of control. The only feeling the saint had was that his luck seemed to be especially bad during this period of time. The Layer Heaven Imperial Court, which was originally like an iron bucket, was overturned one by one. Even the Holy Emperor Palace, which was recognized by the world, was completely destroyed. Not a single chicken or dog was spared. For millions of years, the myriad saints' true spirit bases that no one knew about were destroyed one by one in such a short period of time. His doppelgangers, whose cultivation was not inferior to his, were also destroyed. Even the primordial spirits that escaped were mostly destroyed by the enemy, and today, in the great battle that he had painstakingly planned and orchestrated, not only did both sides not die, they were actually able to create another 10,000 saints' true spirit base. The doppelgangers that he had painstakingly released had actually died a violent death on the way back. Last time, a small portion of them had managed to escape, but this time, all of them had been annihilated, not leaving a single trace behind. Then there was today's battle. As long as there were any casualties, the elf race and Chu Yang's side suffered any casualties, and the elf race's side would be tied to the elf race's worship. They would fight to the death with the enemy and would be completely used by the elf race's side. However, at the most critical moment, when the elf race could decide the outcome of the battle, another unforeseen event occurred. This was the most depressing thing. Something happened in my hometown today. I went back home and was busy the whole day. Just came back. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's talk about it after this month. I'll go right first. Chapter 2637. The Elven Empress, who had been missing for a long time, had reappeared. This sudden change had exposed all of his lies. However, this was not the worst part. The worst part was that the true spirit of the Holy Emperor Palace had been killed by accident, and the true spirit had returned. This meant that the secret that he had been hiding for more than 1,000,000 years had been exposed in public. All these tragedies came one after another. It was too much for the eye to take in. Even the saint, with his high mental fortitude, couldn't help but be at a loss after suffering so many blows. Now, what should I do? There was no way to deal with this at all. There was no other way. The only thing he could think of was destruction. There was only destruction. He might as well destroy the people in front of him. Everyone, not a single one of them, was allowed to live in this world. In this way, the secret was still a secret. But could he really do it? For the first time in more than 1,000,000 years, the saint had doubts about himself. Everyone be careful. Cloud Master is the master behind the 1,000 holiness true spirits. The arrow god shouted loudly. The arrows in his hands turned into shooting stars and flew continuously. He even shouted at the people from the Saint Emperor Palace. You are all from the Saint Emperor Palace. You should be righteous and ward off evil. Why are you still working for the master of the 1,000 holiness true spirits? The experts from the Saint Emperor Palace ignored him and continued to fight to the death. Shuelehan sighed. Brother Arrow God, these people have already been turned into the 1,000 holiness true spirits by Cloud Master. They definitely can't be reasoned with. Only by killing them can they be freed. Bastard. Only then did the Arrow God realize. In a rage, he shot thousands of arrows. This time it was an indiscriminate attack that swept through the whole place. The 5 elven gods attacked at the same time. The experts from the Saint Emperor Palace were attacked from both inside and outside. They were defeated step by step. Of course, each of these people was a top-notch expert. Their combat power was not weak. But they were not only facing Emo, Tianji, and the rest. There was also the 5-man team with the strongest combat power of the Elven race and Donghuang. Their combined combat power was at least twice that of De and the Empress. Without a doubt, this was definitely the most powerful force in the Heavenly Imperial Court. And this force was fighting and killing with them. Even if they were all experts and had the advantage in numbers, what was the use? How could they withstand such a crushing? Almost instantly, half of the people had died. They had all lost their lives here. Half of these people died at the hands of the Elven Archer God and Xiadanqiong. The Elven Archer God's arrows fell like rain, and Xiedanqiong's jasper flower sea changed from confusing the enemy to attacking indiscriminately in a large area due to the sudden betrayal of the 5 elven gods. How could the lethality of these 2 large area attacks be small? The sage saw that the situation was extremely bad. He forced himself to calm down, and the might of the mountain and river sword in his hand became even more intense. He hoped to defeat or even kill the Demon Empress as soon as possible, so that he could defeat the enemy and establish his dominance, and salvage the situation. If the Demon Empress was directly killed by him at such a moment, then it would be a great achievement that would be sufficient to awe everyone present. However, what kind of experience did the Demon Empress have? Seeing that the situation was in her favor and that the saint was blindly attacking, she hoped that he could take her down. The Demon Empress simply gave up on attacking and switched to defense. She didn't seek to attack the enemy and only sought not to make any mistakes. The Demon King's hook did its best to defend against the enemy, while the saint tried in vain to defeat the Demon Empress. It was simply wishful thinking, and the situation was still continuing to develop in a direction that was unfavorable to the sage. A long whistle suddenly sounded, and a brilliant and dazzling sword light, like the scorching sun suddenly falling from the sky, rushed into the group of experts from the Saint Emperor Palace. The Fairy Emperor's seal, which had changed the stance of the fairy race, was shining brightly above the person's head. Calamity Sword. Chu Yang. At this moment, Chu Yang, who had recovered, finally rushed out and joined the battle. In fact, Chu Yang had already dissolved the medicinal efficacy of the heavy pill. It was just that the unexpected appearance of the Fairy Emperor's seal and the appearance of the Fairy Empress had caused him to pause for a moment. And in that short moment of stagnation, he almost exploded from holding it in. At this moment, he could finally make a move. So what if it was the ultimate version of Massacre the World? At this moment, Chu Yang really needed to vent, especially when the medicinal efficacy of the heavy pill was still growing in his body. It was as if his whole body had swelled up, but he didn't have the slightest bit of strength to vent it out. Chu Yang shouted. Before the first sword strike was finished, another sword strike was launched. At least 300 experts from the Saint Emperor Palace were all killed by his 2 sword strikes. The ultimate Calamity Sword move's power was naturally extremely terrifying. Because of the abundant vital energy at this moment, the power of the ultimate Calamity Sword move could be said to be at its peak. 300 experts were killed in 2 sword strikes, and all of them were experts among experts. Such power was truly terrifying. After defeating the enemies with 2 sword strikes, Chu Yang didn't seem to need to catch his breath. He rushed towards the Saint Emperor with his sword. The sword light surged. The distance of 1,000 feet between the two was covered in a flash. At this moment, the Demon Empress Demon King's hook and the Saint Emperor's mountain and river sword collided once again. The Demon Empress staggered back, but the Saint Emperor didn't move at all. The Saint Emperor's cultivation was originally higher than the Demon Empress. At this moment, with the continuous deaths of the 10,000 saints' true spirits, although the Saint Emperor's strength was constantly decreasing, his own strength was constantly increasing. Under this situation, even though the Demon Empress was on the defensive, she was still at a disadvantage. The Saint Emperor was about to follow up with another attack, but Chu Yang had already rushed towards him with his sword at an unparalleled speed. He only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and Chu Yang was already standing in front of him. With a loud shout, it was like a thunderclap on a clear day. Following that, his sword brought along a thunderous explosion and slashed down brazenly, smashing down. At this moment, there was no need for him to use any sword moves. What Chu Yang needed was purely a head-on collision. That kind of extreme collision. Only this kind of extreme and barbaric collision could vent the cultivation that was swelling in his body at this moment. If not for this, Chu Yang felt that he was going to explode in the next moment. It was a pity that the Saint Emperor wasn't clear about Chu Yang's current situation. If he knew, he would use a guerrilla tactic. As long as the battle dragged on for a while, Chuyang might not be able to hold on and explode first. It was a pity that the Saint Emperor didn't know. Furthermore, Chuyang's speed was too fast. The Saint Emperor, who was completely unprepared, had no time to dodge. He didn't even have time to change his moves. If he were to forcefully dodge, he would only be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he was at the peak of his cultivation. Why would he be afraid of a head-on collision? If he could heavily injure Chuyang in the midst of a head-on collision, it would be a great thing. He didn't believe that at such a young age his cultivation could be compared to 1,000,000 years of bitter cultivation. In view of this, the Saint Emperor made up his mind and fiercely countered with the Mountain River Sword. As a result, two peerless divine weapons collided in the sky for the first time. At this moment, it was as if two meteors flying at high speed in the sky had suddenly collided. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, shaking the universe. The gods and devils were all shocked. Demons were silenced. Boom! A mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed from the place where Chuyang and the holy sage were fighting. Not only did this shock wave spread at an extremely fast speed, it was also accompanied by a huge destructive power, a destructive power that was enough to kill people. The space within a radius of a few hundred feet had completely turned into a space crack and a space black hole. It was filled with the aura of death. It swallowed all life in this area that couldn't resist this power. In the surroundings, the weaker experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were hit by this shock wave until they bled from their 7 orifices. They couldn't stand and fell to the ground. Even Shuel Leihan's body shook violently the moment he came into contact with the shock wave, his beard flying in the air. His opponent, Nan Poyan, was even worse. His whole body shook violently. He only felt his ears buzzing and couldn't hear anything. He immediately took a step back. At the same time, he was scattered. Shuel Leihan was an expert. How could he miss this opportunity? With a long roar, the Grand Orient sword pierced into Nan Poyan's heart like lightning. At the same time, he kicked Nan Poyan's body into the air. His whole body was torn into pieces in mid-air. Then, Shuel Leihan roared wildly. He raised his true chi again, and his body turned into a huge sword light. He flew around the battlefield at lightning speed. Everywhere he passed, the experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were scattered because of this huge shock wave splattered blood. They screamed and fell to the ground. How could Shuel Leihan, who had experienced thousands of battles, let go of such a good opportunity to kill the enemy? The Grand Orient sword had killed more than 500 people in this short period of time. It was extremely glorious. When GMO Luokadi and the others saw that the crisis over Mo Chingu and the other girls had been resolved, they also took this opportunity to rush back and kill. A total of 18 peak experts were like tigers released from their cages, crazily slashing and killing. At this moment, it was no longer a fight between two sides. It was a one-sided massacre. In this chaotic place, there were always experts of the Saint Emperor Palace who fell to the ground silently and died mysteriously, turning into a thread of true spirit. That was the Dark God's attack. Another loud sound rang out, and another mushroom cloud appeared. Chuyang's calamity sword once again smashed against the mountain and river sword. The mountain and river sword let out a sharp sword cry, which carried a trace of humiliation and unwillingness. The calamity sword's cry filled the sky as if it was responding. Only the two swords could communicate and feel. The mountain and river sword's humiliation and unwillingness weren't because it was inferior to the calamity sword. It was because of other reasons. Chuyang only felt that his blood was boiling, and his fighting spirit was surging like never before. An unimaginably thick power was accumulating in his body, and he had no time to release it. Every time he clashed with the mountain and river sword to the limit, he would feel a wave of sobriety and comfort. And after that moment of comfort, it was followed by an even more bloated pain. He shouted as if he had gone mad. He slashed down one sword after another without any hesitation. There was no strategy at all. He just wanted to force you to fight head-on. Coincidentally, the Saint Monarch was also coincidentally in the same situation. The true spirits of the fallen experts of the Saint Emperor Palace were completely different from the ordinary 10,000 saints' true spirits. And so many of them had died suddenly. So many high-quality true spirits had entered the Saint Emperor's body almost at the same time. Even with the Saint Emperor's cultivation, he couldn't assimilate all of them for his own use. For a moment, he was like Chu Yang. His vital energy was extremely abundant, exceeding the limit that his body could bear. He was also bloated more and more. Chapter 2638. Otherwise, with the Saint Lord's battle experience, it was impossible for him not to see that Chu Yang was in a very subtle, bad state at this moment. Fighting him head-on was the most unwise thing to do. As long as he fought with him, he wouldn't have to fight him head-on. He wouldn't even have to do it himself, and he would self-destruct. It was just that the Saint Lord was in the same situation at this moment and also needed a channel to vent. Therefore, Chu Yang's head-on fight was exactly what the Saint Lord wished for. In such a special case situation, the two of them didn't care about the battle situation around them. They were like two mad bulls, only knowing how to collide continuously. In fact, at this moment, the two of them were actually faintly afraid in their hearts. Damn it! Please don't let this guy die before I'm done venting. That would be the real problem. And it would be terrible, therefore, every moment, every sword and every strike of the two of them gathered all the strength they could muster in their bodies. They intended to vent as much of the strength in their bodies as possible. As for other matters, such as the exposure of the mastermind behind the 10,000 saints' true spirit, or other life and death issues, at this moment they really couldn't care less. Only by overcoming this life and death crisis would they have the right to talk about other matters. Therefore they could only collide and collide. Then they would be repelled, retreat, advance again, and collide again. Just like this, the two of them used the most extreme, most simple, and most barbaric method to launch an extreme collision. This kind of returning to the original battle mode, the surrounding people really couldn't interfere. Once they entered this shattered area, they would feel as if they were struck by lightning. Even super experts like the East Emperor Demon Empress were no exception. The power of the collision between the two of them had actually exceeded the level of the current Heaven Imperial Court. In view of this, everyone was more than happy to chase and kill the other experts from the Saint Emperor Palace. This time, there were a total of 4,000 to 5,000 experts from the Saint Emperor Palace who came with the Saint Lord. However, when facing these peak experts who were already at the peak of the Heaven Imperial Court, especially when facing such a large group of them at once, there was no way to fight back at all. This sword had blocked Luo Kudi's move with great difficulty, but Jimo's sword had already found a gap and had pierced into his heart. There was clearly only one Mo Tianji in front of him. However, a viburnum flower behind him had already quietly drilled into his chest. As for the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress, she was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep as she unleashed a massacre. Rue Budong's nirvana flame burned fiercely. His entire person had turned into a huge and divine phoenix, swallowing and spitting out flames as he flew brilliantly in the sky. The only thing that could truly kill the myriad holiness celestial spirit was Rue Budong's nirvana flame. Even the Eastern Emperor's Grand Orient sword and the Demon Empress Demon King's hook paled in comparison. The archer god's arrows truly lived up to their reputation. His arrows never missed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One life after another was claimed. He was taken away just like that. Chu Lo waved her hands. Her cultivation at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm and her incomparable poison were a perfect combination. She moved around the cruel battlefield as she pleased. Wherever he went, the enemies fell in droves. On the other hand, Mo Qinggu, Zi Xieching, and the rest could only watch the battle. In fact, the four of them were also puzzled. Why did that strange light appear on his body just now? If it was just this strange light, it would have been fine. But why did it condense into a woman that he had never seen before? And the strangest thing was this woman. Until now, she was still in a light screen and had not disappeared. Facing the messy battlefield, this peerlessly beautiful woman was shrouded in a faint layer of worry, and a kind of gratification that came from the bottom of her heart. This woman's gaze was admiring the vast expanse of greenery around her. Her eyes were full of nostalgia and joy. She was completely dismissive of the battlefield that was filled with war cries. It was as if the order she had just given had nothing to do with her. However, it was this poetic, dreamy, and ethereal woman who casually gave an order that became the fuse that led to the destruction of the Saint Emperor Palace. Boom! 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 As the massacre continued, the number of experts from the Saint Emperor Palace decreased. However, the collision between Chu Yang and the Saint Emperor became more and more intense. The Mountain River Sword was indeed the #1 divine weapon in the Heavenly Imperial Court. It was not at a disadvantage in the continuous collision with the Calamity Sword. It was not inferior at all. The two swords maintained the same flickering light and the same sword aura. There was no sign of damage at all. Both of them seemed to have lost their temper. Neither of them was willing to change their moves. They just kept on colliding and fighting to the death without backing down. Chu Yang, whose eyes had already turned red, did not know that he had been hated by a ruthless character that he could not afford to offend at this moment. At this moment, in a pitch-black space within the Calamity Sword, a figure couldn't help but sway left and right. He constantly muttered angrily, "Motherfucker! Again! Again! I'm going dizzy! These two damned bastards! This is a motherfucking sword. Don't you two bastards understand the principle of a sword being light and agile? This is a sword, not a machete and not a sledgehammer. Who the hell would do this? They're really unreasonable. I really want to rush out now and beat these two bastards up. They're shaking me to death, shaking me to death. I'm really going to be angry. When will this fucking end? I've really had enough. Chu Yang, you bastard, I'll remember you. Just you wait, you old, you're not done yet, You're colliding again, not to mention how dissatisfied and vengeful the guy with the sword was. Chu Yang and the saint had already collided thousands of times. With the continuous collisions, no matter how fast the energy was replenished, the energy in the body was still not endless. Gradually, both of them vaguely felt that the energy was almost exhausted. They could control the remaining energy freely. Their arms were starting to feel sore and numb, and there seemed to be some strange feelings on their faces. Using his divine sense to check, he realized that his body was bleeding from all 7 orifices due to the continuous collisions. It seemed that he also had some serious internal injuries. It was only because his energy was abundant earlier that the internal injuries were not obvious. Now that his energy was greatly depleted, the injuries were gradually showing. Chu Yang's arms were trembling slightly, and the eyes of the saint opposite him had already started to flicker, because just a moment ago he realized that there was no sound around him. Only when he turned his head around did he realize how badly he had lost this time. There were more than 4,700 experts from the Saint Emperor's palace, and none of them were still alive. The one with the most serious injuries was the mighty god, one of the 5 gods of the fairy race. He was known for his strength, and he walked the path of defeating 10 with 1 strength. He was the most seriously injured in this battle, and his whole body was covered in blood and flesh. However, he definitely did not suffer any fatal injuries. Fortunately, the fairy race did not have heavy elixirs. Otherwise, with 1 heavy elixir, his injuries would be healed in the blink of an eye, and he would be full of vigor. Seeing this scene, everyone, including the Saint Master Yin, clearly realized one thing: the Saint Emperor's palace. It's over. The Saint Master Yin, who had shocked the world for millions of years and was regarded as a god by everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court, would also gradually walk towards the end of his road after this moment. At this moment, the Saint Master was really close to breaking down. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that he would weave such a perfect lie, drag the elf race into the water with him, and even create such a heaven-sent opportunity to kill Chuyang. He was prepared to kill Shuel Leihan, Demon Empress Chuyang, and the others with such a meticulous plan. But things had developed so much, and the person who was tricked in the end was actually himself. Moreover, after this incident, the sage himself had realized that he had already been conned by this vicious scheme to the point where he was beyond redemption. Until now, he still hadn't truly understood where he had made a mistake. Why did the situation develop to such a bad state? This feeling almost drove the Saint Master crazy. Even with his cultivation, he was on the verge of collapsing at this moment. Chuyang was panting, and the Saint Master opposite him was also panting like a cow. But unlike the Saint Master who was on the verge of breaking down, Chuyang was very happy, because he had already found a way to fuse the heavy elixir and eliminate the extreme backlash. And at this moment, Chuyang's heart was filled with an indescribable excitement. Once upon a time, the only Saint Master who was above De and the Empress was so unattainable, so unreachable. But now he was facing the Saint Master head-on with his own strength, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. Although he had 15 super heavy elixirs, the Saint Master also had close to 5,000 high-level 10,000 saints, true spirits, to supplement him. In terms of the current situation, this battle was more or less evenly matched. Even the resources on the Saint Master's side were still at a considerable advantage. Shuel Leihan stared at Chuyang, who was standing with his sword in a daze. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. From now on, the Heaven Imperial Court has once again a true, unparalleled expert. The Demon Empress sighed softly and said with certainty, "That's right. From today onwards, the history of the Heaven Imperial Court is about to be rewritten and enter a new era. And the source of all this is actually because of these few little ones." Both of them were somewhat emotional. Before this, or when they had just met Chuyang and the others, who would have thought that they would actually grow to such an extent in such a short period of time? Emo, Tianji, Xie Danqiang, Shuel Leihan, the Demon Empress, Chuyang, GMO, Luo Kadi, and the rest, as well as the 5 fairy gods, were all staring at Cloud Master fiercely. On the other hand, Cloud Master's side was completely and truly alone. So many peak-level masters surrounded Cloud Lord. Chapter 2639. But Cloud Master's expression didn't change. After that moment of near collapse, the saint had more than 1,000,000 years of experience after all. He instantly adapted to the terrible situation in front of him. The determination of his state of mind was evident. He panted lightly and looked around at the people around him. There was an abnormal flush on his face. He actually laughed and said, "Do you people think that I'm at the end of my rope now and will definitely lose? That I'm definitely going to die?" His smile was still as relaxed as ever. Shuel Leihan said lightly, "We've never dared to underestimate a saint." No one dared to underestimate a saint, even if the situation was good. Who knew if the saint didn't have other trump cards? Since the saint could have 2 trump cards, the 10,000 saints' true spirit and his doppelganger, would he have a 3rd trump card that no one knew about? Even if he died today, he could use his doppelganger to revive himself and rise again. Who would dare to underestimate such a person? Chuyang also laughed. "Before you're completely finished, no one will dare to underestimate you. But even if you don't die today, you'll have to peel off a layer of your skin here. We're quite confident about this." The saint sneered. "Peel off a layer of my skin? I'm afraid you people aren't qualified enough." "Then let's wait and see." Chuyang sneered. His eyes flashed with undisguised, killing intent. Shuel Leihan looked at the saint seriously. Suddenly, he took a step forward slowly and said, "Cloud Master, you're at the end of your rope today. In the future, you won't have any right to deceive the world. I want to ask you something. You shouldn't be hiding anything. And since we're acquainted, I have to ask this question. If you don't understand, you'll always be loyal." Cloud Master said indifferently, I know what you want to ask. Back then, I was the one who suggested gathering everyone to hunt down the 10,000 Saints' true devil. But before we did, I already knew that secret. So do you understand now? What Shwe wanted to ask was precisely this. And when Shwe opened his mouth, Cloud Master also guessed that Dong Huang was going to ask about this. Now that everything was out in the open, there was no point in denying it anymore. The saint who had always deceived the world with his lies. Today he finally spoke the truth for the first time, because he also knew that if he missed this day he would have died. There was no chance for him to say anything more. Especially, at this moment, Dong Huang and the others were still qualified. As expected, when the 10,000 Saints' true devil was besieged by everyone had always been on guard against the great devil masters coming to help. But in the end, not a single one of them appeared. You're saying that you've already killed all of them? Shwe gritted his teeth. So you've long subdued that person? Master Cloud laughed. Shwe, your words are laughable and superfluous. If I didn't capture those people, how could I rebuild the 10,000 Saints' true spirit base? This kind of thing. In the end, it's best to have someone familiar with the task. Shwe nodded and said, No one has ever known about your master's background. But now that I think about it, since you were able to successfully subdue the great devil and rebuild the 10,000 Saints' real spirit base with such ease, you must be the younger brother of that 10,000 Saints' real devil from back then, right? The reason why you proposed to gather everyone's strength to eliminate the myriad Saints' true devil was because you didn't want anyone to compete with you, even if that person was your teacher. Isn't that right? Master Cloud laughed loudly, but there was a hint of mockery in his voice. Shwe, your brain is indeed very good to be able to think of this in such a short time. But let me tell you, you're wrong. There's a fundamental blind spot in your thinking. Wrong? Blind spot? Shwe couldn't help but be stunned. He frowned and said, Please enlighten me. In his mind, after deducing bit by bit back then to come to such a conclusion, his confidence should not be wrong. But it was actually wrong. Did he still have a blind spot? A mocking and vicious smile appeared on Master Cloud's face. He pointed at Shwe and said mockingly, You bunch of so-called righteous people, ha ha ha! The reason why you can succeed in today's battle is really because the heavens are blind. It's because you're as stupid as pigs and don't know what means at all. Shwe frowned. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. He said in realization, Could it be that you're actually, Master Cloud sneered, if I'm only the disciple of the myriad saints' true devil, how would he let me go? He would definitely have refined me into the myriad saints' true spirit long ago. You can't even think of this. And you still want to be the Eastern Demon Empress. What a joke! Shwe eyes were cold. He sighed and said, Master Cloud, you're really worse than pigs and dogs. GMO, who was at the side, asked in puzzlement, What do you mean by I see? Mo Tianji pulled him from behind and stopped him from continuing. Mo Tianji's understanding was even before the Eastern Emperor's, but his reminder at this time was equivalent to confirming and mocking the Eastern Emperor's prestige and dignity. Shwe smiled bitterly and shook his head. With a kind of disdain from the bottom of his heart, he said in a low voice, Master Cloud is not the disciple of the myriad saints' true devil, but the son of the myriad saints' true devil, his biological son. Everyone was greatly shocked. They looked at Master Cloud almost in disbelief. Back then, Master Cloud mobilized the entire world's power just to kill his own father? This was too inconceivable. There's actually such a despicable and heartless person in this world. Master Cloud laughed loudly, rocking back and forth. He said, Not bad, not bad. At least you're not completely stupid. I was the son of the myriad saints' true devil back then, and it's precisely because I was his son that he couldn't possibly cultivate me into the myriad saints' true spirit. And only through his son would I know all the methods to cultivate the myriad saints' true spirit. and only through his son would I be able to subdue all the great devil masters. His expression suddenly became violent and ferocious. All of you know now. Shocking, right? Ha! What a pity. All of you are already too late by more than 1,000,000 years. For these more than 1,000,000 years, all of you have been like a bunch of stupid pigs, toyed by me in the palm of my hand. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me feel very satisfied. He laughed loudly. All of you have spent so much effort to get rid of the myriad saints' true devil. But all of you have become the subordinates of the myriad saints' true devil. Ha ha ha. Don't you think it's funny? Don't you think it's ironic? A bunch of idiots. The demon empress laughed coldly. Ironic? Funny? Idiots? What we find funny is still only you. As a son, you actually gathered so many experts, plotted and schemed, cut off all reinforcements, and used all sorts of methods to kill your own biological father. Cloud Master, are you still a human? Cloud Master laughed crazily. Why not? With him around, I will never be able to truly grasp all the secrets, much less control all the powers. Even if he really rules over the Heaven Imperial Court, I will at most be a tie or even one tie. What's the point of having such a status? Furthermore, he doesn't even have the ambition to rule over the entire Heaven Imperial Court. All he wants is his own strength. How stupid is that? What's the point of having such a strong force and such a stupid thought when he dies? More importantly, I started to clear my name from the moment I started. At that time, I was already going to become the #1 person in the Heaven Imperial Court. But the only stain on my name is that I am the son of the myriad saints' true devil. Although no one knows the secret, it is still like a thorn in my back, a bone in my throat. I am always worried that he will ask me to do something, and if I don't do it, he will expose my identity at any time. I am Cloud Master. I am the Cloud Master. How can I be suppressed like this? What do you know about this feeling of having your biggest secret suppressed by someone else? What do you know? Cloud Master roared with grief and indignation. If I don't kill him, what can I do? If I kill him, I can gain a good reputation and become the #1 hero in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Why can't I do something like this that will only bring me benefits and no harm? He is so evil. If I kill him, won't I be upholding justice? Why can't I kill him? And if I kill him, I can subdue the great Devil Master and have the secret of the myriad saints' true spirit. Why can't I kill him? He is my father. He gave birth to me, raised me, and cultivated me. In the end, he sacrificed himself for my great cause. What's wrong with that? Isn't this the right thing to do? Which father in the world doesn't sacrifice himself for his son? Why can't he? Ah, why? Everyone looked at Cloud Master as if they were looking at a pile of shit. Their eyes were full of undisguised disgust and disdain. Before this, no one would have thought that there would be such a person in this world. So inhumane. He was so heartless, so infuriating. Killing one's own father was actually said to bring benefits and no harm. This kind of shameless argument made everyone explode in anger in an instant. Chu Yang said sternly, "Even if he is evil and heartless and can kill anyone in the world, you, Cloud Master, can't be killed, because you are his son. Indeed, every father in the world is sacrificing himself for his son. But this doesn't mean that the son has no conscience. It also doesn't mean that the son has no conscience, not to mention killing him. Cloud Master, you are worse than a dog." Amo Tianji was so angry that his face turned red. "It is myriad saints' true devil's misfortune to have a son like you." Shuo Leihan sighed and said, "Perhaps this is myriad saints' true devil's retribution for all the evil he has done in his life, to die in the hands of his own son. If I don't kill him, can he live on? Don't you all still want to kill him? He has done so many evil things, and yet he is so high profile. He will die sooner or later. Rather than die in your hands, I would rather he die in my hands. At least, he can still make some contributions to his own son." Cloud Master gritted his teeth. Shwelehan, stop pretending. You are the real executioner. Chapter 2640. I killed my father. Do you feel good about it? Ha ha ha. Cloud Master said despicably. I'm not afraid to tell you that I actually feel very good too. He brought me to this world, and I sent him away from this world. Isn't this the best repayment? Isn't this me sending him off in his old age? The demon empress turned her head away in disgust. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The words, sending him off in his old age, could actually be interpreted in such a way. This world was really big. There were weirdos every year, but not as many as this year. Faced with such shameless words and coming from the mouth of Cloud Master, the saint who had been the most powerful person in the world for 1,000,000 years, everyone felt especially intolerable. You even dared to kill your own father. You were even willing to kill him, and you did it without any guilt at all. Shwelehan's eyes were filled with deep sorrow. He said softly, then it's no wonder that you would kill your own father-in-law and swallow the assets of someone who had done you a great favor. Sigh. Cloud Master, you're really a piece of trash, a complete piece of trash. Cloud Master frowned and said angrily, what are you saying? Shwelehan's eyes were cold. He said, I'm saying you're a complete piece of trash. Cloud Lord chuckled. Trash? In this world, who isn't trash? Cloud Master looked up and laughed. Who didn't grow up from a piece of trash? For example, you and Chuyang. In the beginning, weren't you just a piece of trash? Or rather, an ant. But even though you've grown until now, you're still trash. In this lifetime, you'll always be trash. Shwelehan's lips were a little green. At this moment, Shwelehan thought of his Shwe clan. It was all because of this person in front of him. Disintegrated. But this person was actually such a despicable person. His father, brothers, family, little sister. Their lives were all ruined by this person. The anger in Shwelehan's heart at this moment was really incomparable. Suddenly a sword light flashed. Cloud Master, today you and I will fight to the death. Cloud Master dodged, tilting his head and smiling. You seem to hate me a lot? Why? Did I kill your whole family and rape your sister? Shwelehan, I don't understand. You've always been against me. What enmity do I have with you? Shwelehan's eyes widened, his chest heaving up and down. But he still said, let me ask you, what exactly happened to the purple cloud heavens back then? Cloud Master laughed loudly. Don't you know the reason? You were there many times back then. How threatened me so many times back then. That bastard. Am I someone he can threaten? How dare you threaten me to not enter the Shwe clan? How dare you threaten me not to marry Shwesian? He actually threatened to kill me. Ha ha ha. Can he kill me? In the end, didn't I kill him? He laughed complacently. I've used a little trick, and I've made that bastard how die an unnatural death. He died with everlasting regret. He looked up to the sky and howled. In the Heaven Imperial Court. No one can threaten me. No, there wasn't one in the past, and there wouldn't be one in the future. You, Shwelehan. You, Yao Exiner, you, Chuyang, all of you, and all of you will die. Not a single one of them can live. He looked up to the sky and roared as if he had gone mad. The look in his eyes became ruthless and violent, flashing with a faint black light. But he was obviously laughing happily. Yes, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for everything he had done. There was only joy. Shwelehan calmed down at once. You've used a little trick? The saint panted heavily and laughed strangely. That's right. Back then, your cultivation had already reached a bottleneck and couldn't break through for a long time. Then, didn't you get a firmament technique? That secret manual is good stuff. It's your opportunity to break through the bottleneck, right? Then, you went into seclusion, and you couldn't come out even after you went into seclusion. Even if I forcefully interrupted you, it's impossible, right? Ha ha ha. Shwe Leihan felt cold all over. You, the saint laughed wildly, rocking back and forth. That secret manual was given to you by me. The restriction inside was also set up by me. Ha ha ha. Shwe Leihan, do you really think you've discovered an ancient relic? Do you really think you're so lucky? Ha ha ha. What a joke. The great East Sovereign, ha ha ha. Shwe Leihan's face was ashen. So, that seclusion, he went into seclusion back, then was a scheme of the saint. After you got the firmament technique, I immediately informed the extraterrestrial demons. Z Xiaotian and Z, how completely lost the help of the outside world. The saint, Venerable Master Yin, no longer had any scruples and said everything. These were obviously the things he was proud of in his life and had always been buried in his heart. He had long felt that he was going to go crazy from holding it in. He actually didn't share such a proud thing with anyone. Wasn't that casting pearls before swine? Walking in the dark? Now that all his identities and secrets had been exposed, there was no point in hiding them anymore. Moreover, after today, he, the only saint, would probably become a rat despised by everyone in the heavenly imperial court. By then, there wouldn't be a chance to say anything anymore. He might as well say it all out today. No matter what, he could still be happy. To let others know about his proud things, especially to see their regretful expressions, was what the saint looked forward to the most. As expected, he wasn't disappointed. I told the extraterrestrial demons that Z Xiaotian already had no roots. Moreover, this was the most suitable place for them. If they succeeded, the other heavens and earth in the heavenly imperial court wouldn't join forces to encircle and annihilate them. Those extraterrestrial demons indeed sent troops to invade Z Xiaotian. Venerable Master Yun's face, which had always been calm and peaceful, was now filled with extreme evil, insidious and poisonous. Then, during the war, I personally rushed to Z Xiaotian and told Z how an important piece of information. The extraterrestrial demons invaded this time because they wanted to fight a decisive battle and dominate the entire heavenly imperial court. Our heavenly imperial court was actively preparing for war. Once the time was right, we would launch a decisive battle with the extraterrestrial demons. But before the time was right, we needed Z how to hold on. The saint's words made everyone sigh. With Z Hao's heroic spirit, how could he take a step back after knowing such a thing? He was destined to hold on until the last moment. But when he finally understood that all this was the saint's scheme, everything was too late. Even if he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Because there were already so many brothers who had died in the battle at Purple Cloud Heavens, only because he believed the words of a villain. Even if he had the ability to escape, he would definitely not stay out of it. Therefore, the tragedy of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor was destined just like that. At that time, it was already impossible to change. There were provisions for the internal affairs and no reinforcements for the external affairs. During that period of time, all the big worlds were in chaos, to the extent that the people had no way of making a living. Did you think that those were all coincidences? Ha ha ha. Those were all caused by me. Z, how is indeed amazing. The saint chuckled. I originally thought that it would take at most a year's time for the entire Purple Cloud Heavens to fall. But I didn't expect that Z how actually held on for as long as a year. Just a little bit more, and he could hold on until you, Shwe Leihan, came out of seclusion. But in the end, you still didn't come out in time. The saint laughed maniacally. Aren't you sworn brothers with Z Hao? Aren't you good brothers who entrusted their lives to each other? Why didn't you appear when your brothers died? Shwe Leihan, ha ha ha. Even if you hate me, what can you do? For these 1,000,000 years, you wanted to kill me every moment, but did you manage to do it? Perhaps today is the closest you've ever been to your goal, but you only managed to do it by relying on the help of many outsiders. Is this your ability? You remember your brother's revenge, but you're destined to never be able to avenge them. You'll never be able to avenge them. The saint's maniacal laughter was like sharp awls piercing into Shwe Leihan's heart. My brother's revenge. No revenge for 1,000,000 years. Only now did the truth come to light. Xue Leihan looked at Zi Xieching with a gaze full of guilt. The saint's gaze also followed and looked over. He couldn't understand why Xue Leihan would look at this young girl with such guilt. Zi Xieching said proudly, "Uncle Xue, you don't have to blame yourself. My father died protecting purple cloud heavens. That was his territory in the first place, where his responsibility lay. I can feel that my father still had no regrets in that great battle until his death. For the sake of purple cloud heavens, he was worth it. As for Uncle Xue not being able to go because you were tricked, you can only blame Cloud Lord for being too despicable. The main culprit is Cloud Lord, only a despicable person like him. This piece of trash has nothing to do with Uncle Xue. The brotherhood between Uncle Xue and my father is clear as day. No one can change it," Zi Xieching said resolutely. Xue Leihan's beard trembled. For a moment, he actually felt hot in his heart, almost glistening with tears. The saint was suddenly tongue-tied. He looked at Zi Xieching as if he had seen a ghost. You're actually Zi Hao's daughter?" In that instant, he felt his mind go blank. He really didn't expect that the heavenly emperor of purple cloud heavens, Zi Hao, actually left behind a daughter when the entire army of purple cloud heavens was wiped out. "I'll let you know." The demon empress stared at Cloud Lord with extreme disgust. "This child in front of you is the daughter of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud, Zi Hao, and sister Ling Piaoping. She's also the only direct descendant of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud left in this world. Heaven always blesses kind people, but it definitely won't bless a beast like you. Back then, you caused the destruction of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud's family. Now, the daughter of the heavenly emperor of purple cloud has personally witnessed your fall from grace. This can be considered as karma." The demon empress said coldly, "This also proves that Cloud Lord, your path has come to an end. Today it's time for you to repay the blood debt. Cloud Lord, surrender yourself. I always thought that the 1st of August would be the gathering of comrades. I didn't expect that the few of us would set the gathering to be today. I was scolded just now. I'll go quickly. I'll come back tonight and write my story according to the situation." Chapter 2641. Master Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zi Xieching. Suddenly, the look in his eyes slowly changed from shock and disbelief to viciousness and malevolence. So, Zi Hao actually still has a bastard child left in this world. Forget it. Let me end his life completely today and let him live in regret in the afterlife. The demon Empress Donghuang and all his brothers stepped forward at the same time. The 5 fairy gods' eyes also turned sharp instantly. Now, the illusion of the fairy empress was related to the white light on Zi Xieching. This bastard actually wanted to destroy Zi Xieching? Wasn't this equivalent to destroying the last trace of the fairy empress? They had to kill him even if they had to risk their lives. The archer god's bow was fully drawn. This arrow was different from all the previous ones. The archer god had even fused his life and soul into the arrow. This was an arrow that risked his life. In front of me, who dares to hurt my baby, my Qiong Shao? The dark god's figure disappeared again. Obviously, he had returned to the darkness and was ready to launch a fatal attack. At this moment, all 5 of the elven gods were bristling with rage. As long as the Cloud Master dared to move, they would dare to risk their lives. "Cloud Master, you're courting death." Chu Yang snorted coldly. "You? Are you worthy? Kill." The Cloud Master suddenly jumped up. With a shake of his body, he and his sword turned into thousands of rays of light and rushed toward Zi Xieching. "Break!" The archer god shouted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had launched his ultimate arrow. The moonlight in the sky followed the release of this arrow. It suddenly shone brightly. Puff, 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 puff. The archer god's arrow pierced through the countless illusions and rays of light created by the saint. The next moment, the saint shouted. His body, which was moving at full speed, suddenly flashed and twisted. He actually appeared in the sky far away. There was a transparent hole on his shoulder. The archer god's arrow actually injured his actual body in the almost endless illusions. This was something that was almost impossible to do. Yet the fairy archer god did it. The archer god spat out blood and lay on the ground. He could no longer move, but his arrow that risked his life. However, he had already severely injured Cloud Master. Almost at the same time, Xue Leihan's Grand Orient sword flew up like a rainbow. Chu Yang's Calamity Sword also turned into a ray of flowing light. The Demon Empress Demon King hook also scattered demonic aura all over the sky. Xie Danqiong's Jasper Flower Heaven suddenly bloomed. Rue Budong's Nirvana Flame burned the world. Mo Tianji's Purple Jade Flute covered the sky and covered the earth. GMO and Luokadi became one with their swords. Everyone attacked with all their might. Another illusory figure appeared beside the sage. It was the elf dark god who was attacking with all his might. As for the other 3 fairy gods, they turned into 3 streams of light and charged forward. All the experts reappeared at the same time as the Cloud Lord's arrow. Launch a counterattack. There was only one goal. The only holy monarch, Cloud Lord. Cloud Lord attacked Zi Xieching. This was tantamount to crossing everyone's bottom line. No matter who he attacked, he might not be able to create such an effect. But his target was Zi Xieching. In fact, Cloud Lord didn't expect that Zi Xieching was closely related to everyone present at this moment. The Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor's daughter that he wanted to kill was now the incarnation of the Fairy Empress. Chu Yang's wife, Tribulation's sister-in-law, and the East Emperor Demon Empress niece. Once he moved, the East Emperor Demon Empress, the Elf race, and Tribulation's brothers all started to fight with all their might. The sage, who was surrounded by countless attacks, frantically dodged, counterattacked, and escaped. But in this short period of time, he had been attacked by so many experts at the same time. How could he not be flustered? In this world, he believed that there was no one who could block so many attacks at the same time in an orderly manner. At least, only the sage, Cloud Lord, couldn't. With such attacks, not to mention one Cloud Lord, even if there were 2 more Cloud Lords, they would definitely not be able to block it. This time, it was as if Cloud Lord had provoked the craziest hornet's nest in this world. Even though he was the #1 expert in the world, he was still in a very sorry state. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Cloud Lord held miserably at the sky. Amidst the frenzied parries, dodges, and chaotic movements, GMO let out a cry of agony and was the first to be sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his sword had already been left on Guru Yun's body. Luo Kadi and GMO both coughed up blood and retreated at almost the same time. Luo Kadi's sword was still in his hand, but before he retreated, he left behind a gaping wound that was 1/2 foot long on the great sage's body, so deep that his bones could be seen. The East Emperor watched the battle and looked for a chance to enter. Without any hesitation, he clashed with Cloud Lord's palm. Both of them spat out blood at the same time and leaned back. Xie Danqiong's viburnum flower took the opportunity to bloom on Cloud Lord's back. The viburnum flower emperor retreated after she succeeded. She wasn't greedy and didn't suffer any counterattacks. There was also a strange, snake-shaped weapon that pierced through Cloud Lord's thigh. However, the owner of the snake-shaped weapon, the dark deity, wasn't as lucky as Xie Danqiong. He took a kick and was sent flying. The Demon King's hook forced the mountain and river sword away. The Demon Empress' snow-white palm struck out and smashed onto Cloud Lord's chest like a huge hammer. Cloud Lord suffered another heavy blow. He screamed and retreated desperately. He borrowed the force of the attack and tried to break free from the Demon Empress' attacks. However, the group of people in the air didn't want to let up. They entangled with each other and rolled out for thousands of feet in an instant. Chu Yang's calamity sword finally found an opportunity. With one strike, it chopped off one of Cloud Lord's shoulders. However, the moment that arm fell off, it swayed in the wind and turned into another Cloud Lord. His face was the same as before. He pounced forward fiercely and used his body to block the calamity sword. Such a strange technique was truly shocking. After part of the body left the body, it could turn into his own appearance to block the calamity? This was undoubtedly another trump card of the Saint Lord. Chu Yang didn't slow down or hesitate. He swung the calamity sword no less than 1,000 times. The devouring power was also activated at the same time. Fortunately, the Cloud Lord formed by the arm looked exactly the same as Cloud Lord. The power that it could unleash wasn't high. Not only was it far inferior to Cloud Lord himself, but it couldn't even compare to the clone. Chu Yang attacked fiercely with the calamity sword. With the help of the devouring power, this clone was cut into pieces in an instant. Chu Yang was afraid that there would be more trouble in the future. He poured a lot of energy into the calamity sword, and the sword energy became even more intense. He vaporized all the fragments and turned them into nothingness. He didn't expect to hit the jackpot. This vaporized state was even more beneficial for the devouring power of the calamity sword. It devoured the Saint Lord's severed arm and replenished a lot of energy. It greatly replenished Chu Yang's energy that was about to be depleted. Mo Tianji's purple jade flute turned into a purple ocean. Finally, he tapped Cloud Lord's forehead with the flute. A bloody hole immediately appeared on Cloud Lord's forehead. It was a shocking sight. Mo Tianji rarely attacked, but when he did, he would definitely succeed. This was especially so at this moment. However, while he succeeded, Cloud Lord's counterattack was also fierce. His remaining arm struck Mo Tianji's chest 3 times in a row. However, the moment Mo Tianji retreated, blood spurted out of his mouth. Cloud Lord's right eye had already been blinded by the purple jade flute. The arrow god shot another arrow, and it pierced through Cloud Lord's back. This arrow was the arrow god's soul-chasing arrow. It was extremely vicious and deadly. Cloud Lord attacked fiercely again. He suddenly roared, and his broken body suddenly exploded. He cried out in extreme pain, "I will definitely take revenge for today." Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden boom. His entire body turned into smoke that filled the sky. The smoke billowed all the way to the north. Chu Yang's calamity sword, Xue Leihan's Grand Orient sword, the Demon Empress's Demon King hook, and Xie Danqiong's Viburnum flower all shot into the sky at the same time. They tried their best to surround and suppress the smoke that filled the sky. The 4 experts started to wipe out the smoke together. At this moment, another streak of red light flew over like lightning. It was Mo Qingwu's Qing Wu Dream Saber. However, there seemed to be other colors on the Qing Wu Dream Saber this time. It was Chu Lu Er's poison that attacked together with Mo Qingwu's saber. The 5 divine weapons unleashed their own characteristics at the same time, and the smoke dissipated instantly. A scream seemed to come from the depths of one soul. In the next moment, a strong wind rose from the ground, and a streak of smoke shot into the sky. Then, with a boom, it turned into air. However, the calamity sword still flew into the sky, relentlessly chasing after it. Smack! A streak of light fell from the sky. An extremely furious shout came from the void. It was Cloud Lord's voice. The clouds in the sky dissipated in all directions. The wind swept away the clouds, leaving no trace. Cloud Lord's body disappeared, just like that. Only one streak of light fell straight from the sky. With a clang, it landed on a huge rock. The huge rock couldn't withstand the heavy blow and instantly shattered. It was a sword that fell from the sky. Apart from shattering the rock, it was still stuck in the ground shakily. Although only half of it was exposed, it was still shining brightly. It was the weapon that I, Cloud Lord, had never let go of in my life. The Mountain River Sword, the #1 divine weapon in the Imperial Court. This sword was also the only divine weapon that could collide with the Calamity Sword and remain unscathed. The #1 divine weapon in the Imperial Court lived up to its name. This battle had actually caused Master Cloud's personal weapon to be lost here. Looking at this sword, Shwe-Lehan and the Demon Empress both had complicated expressions. Besides being the #1 divine weapon in the Imperial Court, this sword was also the symbol of supreme power in the Imperial Court. The Mountain River Sword. It represented loyalty, the Imperial Court, the mountains and rivers, and the human heart. However, such a divine weapon, which was supposed to be the embodiment of justice and justice, had fallen into the hands of people like Master Cloud for over 1,000,000 years. This is the Mountain River Sword. GMO walked over curiously. The #1 weapon in the Imperial Court. Don't touch this sword, Shwe-Lehan hurriedly reminded him. Before he finished speaking, the mountain and river sword shook violently. Then, a cloud of snow-white smoke flowed out from the sword. A desolate voice that seemed to be filled with endless sorrow and disappointment sighed. Yu Zhuxia has been oppressed for too long. How can he still have the face to exist in this world? Chapter 2642. Then, the smoke suddenly dispersed, turning into thousands of thin wisps of smoke and dissipating in the air. Pa, 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 pa. Just like that, the mountain and river sword swayed, but starting from the hilt, it started to crack inch by inch. Gradually, this #1 divine sword that had shaken the heavens and symbolized supreme power for millions of years turned into fine powder, just like that, a pile of metal scraps. That sigh seemed to sound in everyone's hearts. The moment the mountain and river sword shattered, Shwe-Lehan and the others clearly felt a sense of guilt from the mountain and river sword itself. The heroic spirits that had existed in the mountain and river sword for millions of years finally dissipated. They were very guilty and very angry. As the symbol of justice, the representative of justice, as the supreme existence, they were used by such a despicable and shameless person for so long. With this thought, these heroic spirits would rather destroy themselves and not return to the world. To thank the world. From now on, there will be no supreme symbol of power in the world anymore. There will be no more mountain and river sword. A desolate voice sounded faintly. Then the sound of wind suddenly rose. Everyone only felt their vision clear up. The mountain and river sword was destroyed, and the heroic spirit of the sword also destroyed itself out of shame and regret, dissipating from the world. The East Emperor and the Demon Empress had deep gazes. Both of them bowed deeply at the same time, bidding farewell to the heroic spirit. At the same time, they let out a long sigh. "Mo," Tianji muttered. "From now on, there will be no more supreme symbol of power in the world. No more mountain and river sword." He seemed to have understood something. He said softly, "If there really is no such power in the world, if there really is no such symbol, for the Celestial Imperial Court, this might not be a bad thing, right?" Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Regarding this question, no one could say for sure, but their hearts. They all felt a heartfelt sense of pity. Divine weapons had spirits and also self-esteem. He was unwilling to be controlled by others, and even more unwilling to be used by bad people for so long. In order to prove his innocence, in order to prove something, he was determined to destroy himself. A sword was already like this. Where was he? But no matter what, after this battle, Cloud Master's vitality was undoubtedly greatly damaged. His physical body was almost completely destroyed, and this time it was his main body that was injured. The injuries that originated from the body were definitely not something that could be healed in a short period of time. And his divine weapon, the Mountain River Sword, was no longer in his hands. This was equivalent to reducing his strength. Once again, it was greatly weakened. If he were to encounter it again in the future, the danger would definitely be reduced by a lot, right? Thinking of this, everyone was more or less relieved. Immediately send a message to the world and announce to the heavenly imperial court that only our sage monarch, Master Yin, will be witnessed by the Eastern sovereign, the demon empress, Emperor Mo, and the 5 gods of the elf race. They will confirm that he is the master behind the myriad holy true spirit. As for his identity, he is the son of the previous generations, myriad saints, true devil. The demon empress immediately thought of this and said, when facing such an evil person, the demon empress will not be able to escape. Everyone in the entire heaven imperial court has the right to punish him. Not bad. Shui Leihan immediately came to a realization. He looked at Xie Danqiong and said, this time, other than the people here, we also need to announce to the world at the same time that we're removing the title of the saint. The demon empress looked at Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji rubbed his nose and said with a smile, I can guarantee that all 10 worlds will know about this news at the same time. Furthermore, I can guarantee that before Master Yun continues to confuse right and wrong, even if he tries to quibble, it'll be useless. Oh, the demon empress was a little surprised. After the archer god pointed out that Master Yin is the myriad holy true spirit and confirmed the evidence, I've already spread this news. At this moment, it might have already spread to the various branches of the intelligence department. Mo Tianji smiled and said, therefore, I believe that before Master Yin reaches home, he will realize that he's no longer the number 1 person in Heaven Imperial Court. He's just a rat crossing the street and has no chance to fight back. Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress were both stunned. You spread the news before the battle ended? Of course. I had to spread the news as soon as possible. Mo Tianji said, I think the Tianji Intelligence Department, which is closer to this place, has already started to announce this to the world. In another 6 hours at most, there won't be any major force in the entire Imperial Court that doesn't know about this matter, including the purple cloud heavens. The muscles on Shui Leihan's face twitched. This guy is really ruthless. Furthermore, I also vaguely reminded that the entire world should boycott the Holy Emperor Palace. There are rumors that any forces that don't boycott the Holy Emperor Palace may be his subordinate forces. Mo Tianji grinned and said, therefore, I reckon that at this moment, many of the branches of the Holy Emperor Palace should have already been smashed into pieces. The closer the original forces of the Holy Emperor Palace are to this place, the faster they'll be destroyed. The corners of the Demon Empress' eyes also twitched. This guy Mo Tianji is really very dangerous. He's always done everything in advance. There's no need for anyone to say anything. Everything is under his control. Everything is perfect and flawless. When Shui Leihan raised his head, he realized that the 5 elven gods were no longer beside him. Chu Yang was also rushing back. On the battlefield just now, the 4 rays of light were still shining. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and they all rushed back. They saw that the battlefield had already been cleaned up by the 5 elven gods. So many corpses and blood that flowed like a river just now were nowhere to be seen. Even the whole place was already filled with fresh flowers, like a sea of flowers. Mo Qinggu and the other 3 girls were standing in the center. In mid-air, the figure of the Elven Empress was still there. She looked at the southern sky forest with a gaze full of longing and reluctance, as if she was full of endless emotions. Qiong Shao. The archer god's voice was trembling. You're finally willing to come back and take a look? The Elven Empress' eyes were actually a little dazed at this moment, because everyone was looking at her, including Chu Yang. No one dared to be sure. Was this Elven Empress, who suddenly appeared, just a projection of her divine soul without consciousness? Or was it a barely remaining divine soul doppelganger? The Elven Empress turned her head and locked her gaze on Chu Yang's face. All of a sudden, a smile like a spring flower appeared on her face. The Elven Emperor's seal on Chu Yang's forehead jumped again, and gradually appeared. When the Elven Emperor's seal appeared, the Elven Empress' eyes became lively. Her body also became more solid. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Archer God." The Elven Empress bowed slightly to the Archer God. Sob, sob, sob. The Archer God of the Elven race, whose name shook the world. At this moment, he actually burst into tears. "Cheong Shao, you've been away for so many years, and the first thing you say to me after you come back is, 'I'm sorry.'" The Elven Empress' eyes glistened with tears. They were glistening. "Grandpa Archer God, I don't have much time left. I want to say as much as I can. My current form may seem like a physical body. In fact, it's just a trace of consciousness that I left behind back then. I'm going to leave after saying what I want to say." The Elven Empress' voice was so weak that it made people want to comfort her involuntarily. The Archer God sobbed and stopped asking. The others were also very curious. What exactly was going on? Fortunately, the Elven Empress didn't have any requests to listen. When she saw everyone gather around, she didn't express any objections. So everyone listened together. "Back then, I comprehended the laws of the elves." The Elven Empress began to speak softly. Everyone was listening attentively. "When I was halfway through comprehending, I suddenly felt a little dispirited." The Elven Empress smiled bitterly. "I realized that, although I'm an elf and the Elven Empress, I'm still a woman after all. So I wanted to find a home that belonged to me and that beautiful dream. So I took the divine book of the elves and left the elven forest to come to the human world. However, I looked around and saw all the heroes in the world, but none of them caught my eye." The Elven Empress nodded apologetically at Shuelehan. Her gaze was full of apology, obviously saying that, "Dongwang, you're already very outstanding, but I didn't take a fancy to you. It's really not that you're not good enough. It's just that you didn't meet my expectations." Shuelehan touched his nose very, very awkwardly. "You're really too polite. You didn't take a fancy to me. Are you embarrassed?" But when I nodded, why did I suddenly feel like I'd become trash? Do you know how much helplessness I've endured? You've saved me a lot of trouble. Finally, one day, when I was comprehending the divine book of the elves in the land of thunder and rain, it seemed like a voice suddenly said something to me. There was an incomprehensible confusion on the Elven Empress' delicate little face. This voice said, "Cheong Shao can't dance with the wind and clouds. The world of pride is in the heavens. The path of purity in this life is clear, and there will be a good marriage in the next life." The Elven Empress said, "These 4 sentences have a mysterious origin. I never understood it, so I kept thinking about it. Then I finally understood. Cheong Shao can't dance with the wind and clouds. Yes, I'm Cheong Shao, but I can't dance with the wind and clouds because the wind and clouds are on me. So someone needs to dance with the wind and clouds above the Cheong Shao. And this is a human, not an elf. The world of pride is in the heavens. I once thought, is the heavens the short name of the heavens? But I didn't get anything until later. I accidentally learned from Dong Huang. There's actually another world in this world called the Heavens Continent. So that's the so-called heavens." The Elven Empress bowed to Shuelehan. She was grateful for his guidance. But the god of archery and the other 5 elven gods looked at Shuelehan fiercely, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Shuelehan swallowed his saliva and thought, "When did I tell you about the Heavens Continent?" No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't remember. The 3rd sentence, "The path of purity in this life," meant that I'm destined to be lonely in this life, right? The Elven Empress looked at Zi Xieching and the others with yearning and envy in her eyes. She said, "But the 4th sentence pushed the good marriage to the next life." Chapter 2643. No, no, no. I searched all the way and left the heavenly imperial court. I don't know how long I walked, but I found that I really went to the heavenly continent. What surprised me was that there were actually elves on this continent, but they were very weak. I lived on this continent and united the elves. Sometimes I thought to myself, with my cultivation, which is considered a master in the heavenly imperial court, what kind of danger could I encounter on this continent? I'm almost immortal, so what's the point of this life and the afterlife? At this point, the Elven Empress smiled bitterly. Finally, one day that sword appeared. The Elven Empress looked at the Calamity Sword in Chu Yang's hand. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Shuel Leihan smiled bitterly. Sure enough, the root of the problem was back to the Calamity Sword. Actually, it was natural. With the Elven Empress's strength at the peak of the heavenly imperial court, she would be invincible in the heavenly continent without even needing to fight. If it wasn't for the Calamity Sword and its owner, how could there be an accident? The 5 elven gods also fixed their gazes on the Calamity Sword in Chu Yang's hand with different expressions. Obviously, they didn't know what this sword had to do with what the Elven Empress said. That day, the heavenly continent suddenly collapsed without any warning. It was a catastrophic destruction that caused the most direct and complete destruction to the entire world and entire plane. Then, someone used heaven-defying means to directly fold and reshape the heavenly continent. Until now, the means used by that mighty person are still completely beyond my understanding of power or my survival instinct. And the last struggle of not wanting my fellow elves to die in front of me, I tried my best to lead all the elves to avoid the disaster, whether it was intentional or not. Anyway, that mighty person with heaven-defying abilities settled all the elves in a slightly more stable place. I can say with certainty that if it wasn't for that person's help, all the elves, including me, would have perished in that world-ending disaster. We were collectively settled in that new place, and we thought that the disaster was over. We thought that we could start a new life, but we didn't expect that the world would collapse again and the end of the world would come again. The scale of this world-ending disaster was much smaller than the previous one. However, it was still not something that could be resisted by humans. Just as I was about to bring the elf race away from there and return to heaven's imperial court, I realized that the chaos of creation could no longer be reversed. At least, there was nothing I could do about it. A voice that sounded like a sigh said to me, "I've ruined your present life, so I'll return you an afterlife." The elves were never spared. The entire race was annihilated, and I was only able to preserve the place where the elves lived, the City of Elves. However, the spring of life that represents the reproduction of the elves has finally dried up. All of this represents the end. The Elven Empress' voice was filled with exhaustion. Or perhaps there can be no construction without destruction. Anyway, it was at that time that I suddenly had an epiphany. I understood what I wanted. So I dispersed all of my cultivation to protect the lifeline of the Sky Elf clan. I dispersed the Elf Emperor's seal and only kept the last bit of my life in the land of slumber. On that day, I made an oath to the world. If anyone brings the spring of life to my place of slumber and brings light to the elven race and brings hope to the elven race, I will bestow the Elven Emperor's seal to him until one day I suddenly woke up in the land of eternal slumber. I didn't know about my afterlife, but I also didn't dream about those beautiful women anymore, because after experiencing life and death, all of this seemed so absurd. But finally, one day, this person came. His name is Chu Yang. He brought his sword and the spring of life to bring hope and light to the elves. Actually, at that time, the Elf Emperor's seal was already restless, and I also gave my approval. When I saw this person, I seemed to have a feeling. It seems that I've been waiting for him for a very, very long time. Or perhaps it should be said that my slumber was to wait for his arrival. Now, the time that I've been waiting for is already in this life and the afterlife. Finally, the time that I've been waiting for has come, but it's already impossible for my life to recover. If I had met you in my youth back then, I would definitely have married you and become your most adorable wife. When the Elven Empress said this, her eyes looked deeply at Chu Yang. The tenderness in her eyes was boundless and undisguised. Chu Yang suddenly felt a sense of absent-mindedness and bitterness. Tears were already streaming down the faces of the 5 elven gods. We only knew that the elves stood aloof from worldly affairs and blindly let the elves live in seclusion. But we didn't know that such seclusion was actually equivalent to sealing off the human nature of the elves. Regardless of whether it's a human or an elf, when they're hungry, they have to eat. When they're thirsty, they have to drink water. When they're young, regardless of whether they're male or female, they all yearn for a love that belongs to them. The elven empress sighed softly. In the future, don't use external forces to control this kind of thing. Otherwise, the elves will be destroyed in this world sooner or later. Yes, the 5 elven gods replied in unison. The moment I saw him, I knew that it was already impossible for me. The so-called present life and the afterlife were nothing more than an obsession. And this person already had his lover long ago. So I turned my soul into the purest creation, primordial energy in the world, divided it into 4, and bestowed them to his wives respectively. At the end of my obsession, I've actually truly understood. I finally know what the so-called love feels like. There was satisfaction in the elven empress expression. When this last bit of my consciousness dissipates, I'll truly disappear from this world. The only thing that makes me feel gratified is that before my final disappearance, I finally returned to my hometown. I've seen my long-lost kin again, and I have no more regrets in this life. The elven empress looked around her, full of longing. At this point, even Chuyang, Shuelehan, and the others felt a sense of sorrow. This elven empress, who looked weak and lovely, had never done any evil deeds in her life. She had devoted her entire life to the elves, whether it was the elves in the heavens or the elves in the heavens. As an empress, her greatest wish was to be able to marry and experience the taste of love like an ordinary woman. However, such an extremely ordinary wish was filled with twists and turns. From the beginning to the end, she still hadn't achieved it. Even if she said that she had tasted it now, it was only because she felt the same way and enjoyed the feelings of Zi Xiecheng and the others. Now, this wisp of her soul was about to dissipate and enter the path of eternal silence. It was a pity that no matter how emotional they were, they couldn't help at all, because the elven empress in front of them was only a wisp of her consciousness, the last bit of her life force. The elven empress calmly looked at Chuyang. Her eyes were filled with boundless tenderness. She even smiled and said, "I really envy the 4 of them. So I gave them my truest and purest wishes. You can rest assured that I haven't affected their minds from the beginning to the end. They are them and I am me. I am only me." This sentence was a little vague and even a little incoherent. However, Chuyang understood, really understood. "I understand. Thank you very much." The elven empress smiled a little warmly and a little sadly. "You're welcome. Actually, I should be the one thanking them. After following them, I finally understood what kind of feelings it is for a woman to fall in love with a man. It turns out that this is the most wonderful feeling in the world." She gazed at Chuyang and said, "And a man like you, who cares and cares for them in every possible way, is even more intoxicating and mesmerizing. Chuyang, I actually fell in love with you too. If there's a next life, I'll marry you, okay?" Everyone was silent for a while. This included Mo Qingguo, Zi Xiecheng, and the other 2 girls. Logically speaking, a woman had suddenly appeared here and wanted to marry Chuyang. Logically speaking, they should be extremely jealous and glaring angrily at that woman. But now, at this moment, they only felt a heartfelt sadness. How pitiful was this woman! Who could reject such an excessive request? At this moment, Chuyang was also a little sad, but also a little amused. Now he had basically reached the realm of immortality. If he could go one step further, he would even reach the realm of immortality. If that was the case, how could he have a next life? Seeing that Chuyang didn't give an answer for a long time, the elven empress' eyes gradually dimmed. She said dejectedly, "Forget it." The 5 elven gods stared at Chuyang with murderous eyes. Each of them looked as if they wanted to beat this guy into powder. Her Majesty is about to disappear from this world. What can you do by coaxing her? It's just a sentence. Will you die? Or will you lose something? Do you have to be so hypocritical? Little bastard, little bastard. Anyway, no matter what you say, it's impossible. We don't need you to take responsibility. Are you not even willing to say a sentence? Chu Yang suddenly smiled and said, Her Majesty is a beauty that can topple nations. She's devastatingly beautiful and gentle. I also like her very much. The Elven Empress' eyes lit up. Full of hope, she asked, Then, if there's a next life, how about I marry you? This woman didn't even try to hide her feelings for him. She was so pure, yet so eager. Chu Yang nodded gently and said with a smile, Okay. The Elven Empress suddenly smiled. Her eyes were full of tears. Looking at Chu Yang reluctantly, she said, I know you're coaxing me, but I'm still very happy. I love you, Chu Yang. Do you know, when you didn't know my name, you once said you'll dance with me, Cheong Shao, and I'll conquer the world with you. I believed that at that time. You didn't know that Cheong Shao was my name. Chapter 2644. At this moment, the Elven Empress tone was actually a little mischievous. And you dance with me, Cheong Shao, and I'll accompany you to conquer the world. That's also my lifelong wish. Although it didn't really come true, there was still a man who said this, and that man is the man I love. Chu Yang's heart shook. He recalled that he had said these words to his brothers more than once in the past. However, she had never thought that this sentence would be such a beautiful dream for a woman. This was almost every woman's dream. You dance with me, Cheong Shao. I'll accompany you to conquer the world. This was also a kind of inseparability, and it was a true inseparability at the peak. Then the Elven Empress' body swayed slowly. She said, I'm going to disappear. You have the Elven Empress seal with you. From now on, you're the Elven Empress of the Elven race. Chu Yang, my husband, Grandpa Arrow God. I'm sorry. Goodbye. My wish has come true. I'm very satisfied. The Elven Empress figure gradually became illusory and dispersed like smoke. But her eyes were fixed on Chu Yang's face. They were dreamy and full of affection. I want to kiss you. She suddenly tried her best to float closer to Chu Yang, wanting to kiss him. Chu Yang didn't dodge. Any extra movement at this moment was equivalent to blaspheming the Elven Empress' true feelings. Chu Yang couldn't dodge, and he couldn't bear to. However, the last bit of movement was all in vain. Her red lips, which had already dispersed into smoke, had completely dispersed the moment they touched Chu Yang's face. In the end, Chu Yang didn't feel this kiss. The Elven Empress, Wu Qiong, Shao didn't complete this kiss, after all, and it dissipated, it seemed. All that was left was a sigh. This Elven Empress, who had been pure and flawless all her life, wanted to kiss the face of the man she loved at the last moment of her life. Such a small wish. She didn't even manage to do it. The Elven Empress completely dissipated, and the 5 elven gods burst into tears, especially the Arrow God, who was even more devastated. At this moment, Chu Yang's heart was also a little sour. He didn't love the Elven Empress, but he pitied her a little. He couldn't let her pass away without regrets. To Chu Yang, this was also a pity. Following the disappearance of the Elven Empress, the radiance emitted from the bodies of Emo Chinguo and the other 3 also gradually disappeared into their bodies. The 4 women gathered around Chu Yang. Even Zi Xieching, who was the most powerful, was no exception at this moment. After witnessing the passing of this peerless beauty and hearing her inner voice, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It made the 4 women feel that in this world, there was nothing more important than having their loved ones by their side. There was also, at this moment, the way the 5 elven gods looked at the 4 of them truly frightened them. Their gazes were fanatical and sorrowful, even though the 4 women were all experts. But under such a peculiar gaze, she felt uncomfortable all over. She felt the safest by Chu Yang's side, as the person they loved and also the person who loved them. If they didn't use such a safe haven now, when would they? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "Just now, you did the right thing." Emo Chingu and the other three said in unison. Then they looked at each other embarrassedly. Then Tai Butian said on behalf, "She's really too pitiful. I can't help but feel pity for her. So cute and beautiful. Such a gentle beauty. Yet she has to be alone for the rest of her life. Waiting for the rest of her life." After hearing about her experience, our hearts also ached. She only has this one wish in her life. If you still can't fulfill it, that's too cruel. Chu Yang sighed. At this moment, how could he not have such thoughts in his heart? Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood still and let the Elven Empress do whatever she wanted. Yes, this Elven Empress, Wu Qiongxiao, was really too pitiful. Chu Yang couldn't even understand why the heavens would choose to torture such a peerless beauty. The only wish in her life, which could be said to be an extremely humble wish, was still not fulfilled even when she died and her will dissipated. How cruel the heavens were! A pure and clean life. This was truly the path of purity and purity in this life. Chu Yang and the others sighed in their hearts. The 5 elven gods walked toward them and looked at Chu Yang. Everyone's eyes and expressions were full of endless support and fanaticism. That was a feeling that went deep into their bones. Then the 5 of them knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Chu Yang was shocked when he heard that. Chu Yang didn't have time to think and hurriedly dodged. "Since when did I become the Elven Empress? What's with this? I'm a purebred human, okay? I was already very depressed when I was slandered as a mixed breed. Now it's even worse. I'm a complete mutant now. Do you think I don't know that the Elven Empress must be a purebred elf? How can you tell that I'm a purebred elf? This is too ridiculous." Seeing the confusion on his face, the god of archery explained with a smile, "Your Majesty, you have the Elven Emperor's seal, the highest imperial seal of the elven race. Since the Elven Emperor seal has recognized you as its master, then you are our Elven Empress." He looked at the stunned and helpless Chu Yang with a doting look on his face. It was a kind of fondness that he couldn't get enough of. He said, "Also, you are someone personally recognized by Her Majesty, and you are our Empress husband. Then, if you are not the Elven Empress, who else is?" His words were so shocking that Chu Yang was completely dizzy. "This works too. What's this? How did I become the Elven Empress husband? Could he be any more ridiculous? Could he be any more ridiculous? Your Excellency, God of Archery, let's be frank. Everyone knows that what happened just now was just a temporary expedient." Chu Yang's mouth was dry. "Senior God of Archery, what you said is too much. This is not something that can be joked about. It's too childish." "Joke? Childish? We don't have the slightest intention of joking with you. How can such an important decision be childish?" The god of archery said seriously, "Chu Yang, you have only been in the imperial court for a short period of time. This is indeed a tradition of the elven race, and it has been so since ancient times." Xue Leihan added, "The situation now is as such. You can't reject it. The Elven Emperor's seal is with you, so you are the successor Elven Empress. It is your responsibility to lead the elven race." With Chu Yang's intelligence, he could naturally tell that there was too obvious a hint in Xue Leihan's words. The elven race was a rather huge force. They were about to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. That was a great help. However, no matter how great the help was, Chu Yang was still unwilling to be this so-called Elven Empress. If the key lies in the inheritance of the Elven Emperor's seal, Chu Yang pondered and said, "Why don't you find another elf with excellent aptitude? I will try to find a way to transfer the Elven Emperor's seal back to the elf you have chosen, and let everything return to the right track. What do you think?" Chu Yang's sudden words almost caused the god of archery and the demon empress Xue Leihan to break down. "Try to transfer it. What do you think the Elven Emperor's seal is? You mustn't." the god of archery, jumped up. The Elven Emperor's seal is definitely not allowed to be transferred. Once the owner of the Emperor's seal gives up on it, the Emperor's seal will dissipate immediately. Unless what? Chu Yang asked. As long as there was the word unless, it meant that there was hope. Chu Yang really didn't want to be that Elven Empress. Unless the owner of the Elven Emperor's seal dies or disappears. Only then will the Elven Emperor's seal dissipate, but it will definitely not be transferred to someone else. The god of archery was almost crying. This was the Elven Empress, the empress of a race. With the strength of the Elven race, they could almost be above the heavens and the earth. How could there be someone so unwilling? Could it be that the world has really changed? Could it be that the Elven race is doomed? Chu Yang was stunned. It couldn't be transferred, unless it died. Even if it died, it would only dissipate. For a moment, Chu Yang was really at a loss. He murmured, "But I am so busy every day. Where do I have the time to be your Elven Empress? Is there really no other way?" Chu Yang was very depressed. The 5 elven gods were also elders who had lived for countless years. Even if they weren't the smartest people, they were still very wise. They immediately understood Chu Yang's concerns and couldn't help but laugh. If you become the Elven Empress, you won't need to stay in the Elven race. You don't have to stay in the Elven territory for a long time. You can still do whatever you want. We won't interfere with your freedom. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. I see. As long as you don't disturb my normal life, there is room for discussion. The 5 elven gods laughed dryly. What kind of person is this? Is it so unfair for you to be our Elven Empress? The god of strength, who had the most straightforward personality, rubbed his hands and said hesitantly, I heard that your majesty has the spring of life? But how much exactly do you have? Do you have any leftovers? Hearing this, Chu Yang's expression also became strange. A surplus? Could it be that the elven race in the heavenly imperial court also doesn't have the spring of life? The 5 elven gods had awkward looks on their faces. After a while, the archer god laughed bitterly and said, Your Majesty, yes, our clan's spring of life has been treasuring and carefully protecting it all these years. However, without the support of the Elven Emperor's seal, our clan's spring of life has been decreasing year by year. It can be said that our situation has been deteriorating over the years. Now we're almost at the bottom, the 5 elven gods sighed at the same time. It's precisely because of such a problem with the spring of life that the elven race walked out of the elven forest and prepared to join the heavenly devil battlefield. Anyway, without the spring of life, the elven race is destined to gradually decline and wither. Why don't we take this opportunity to fight the heavenly devil battlefield to the death? At least we can die with more vigor.